Boogie woogie. Boogie woogie woo. Let's see. Oh. Can I load multiples at once? Oh, cool. No. Nope. It's too simple. Not a huge fan of it yet. Needs to be more. I understand it's in the beginning, but the maps tool needs to be more. I mean, technically, even the encounter builder is still beta. I don't know, folks. It's been about, what, a month or two since this was just kind of thrown at us. I don't care much for it. Oh. How's everyone doing tonight? It's been a long one for me. I've been kind of sick past couple days. Oh, jeez. Phone went off. And if you remember, I was actually sick last week. So, not too crazy about being sick all the time. But shit happens. Shit happens. Nice, helping hang out. There you go. That's it. Oh yeah, it's been a long one. I gotta look at something. 2, 4, 6, 7. Is that how many I have? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Interesting. Cool. Got stuff at Spirit Halloween for 50% off. Steve got steampunk hat. Nice. Nice. I'm happy for Steve. I gotta... Is this motherfucker plugged in? No, it's not. This is very much gonna be a chill night. I'm just giving everybody a heads up. This is one of those nights where it's like, oh, this is tangentially D&D because we're in the tavern, and I do plan on talking about something D&D related. We're gonna look at the mini dungeon tome a bit today, and we're gonna do straight something that I did, and then another thing that's like it is I could say 1,000 things. But we'll eventually get to it. I just have to plug in my second camera. My nose is stuffy. Man, I hope everybody out there is just like doing so much better than I am. If anybody's doing worse than me, man, that's rough. Oh, second camera. Yeah, well, you know how it is with the second camera. It doesn't work half the time. I just got out of work. Does that count? Does it make you happy? If it makes you happy, buddy. I was almost about to say, well, we got to be out of work the other day, which was nice. All right, let's deactivate that. Let's activate it. All right, let's turn this on. Look at that. Oh, that actually still is not the worst. Actually, I could angle this up and it'd be... There you go. You're just like looking down at me. It's like looking at my belly. I I mean, bought the last bag of Krabby Patty candy, so can't complain. That's not bad. Did we have any more? Did we have any more Smartie bags? Any more bags of Smarties? I still got some. What is this? This is original. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah. My camera's gonna flicker. It's gonna be flickering all the time right now. Think so, but not 100% sure. Not totally worried about it. Oh. You can actually see. Oh, look at that. Look at that right there. Right there. It's Bo. He's probably... That is a dirty sock. We'll get that out of the way. Yeah. 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 But like looks over and he's like, "What are you doing with the back scratcher, father? Come here. Come here. Come here. Little piece of pizza." How's the stream look to everyone? On my preview, it's like... On my Twitch preview, it's laggy as shit. Looks fine so far? Okay. I don't know why, like, occasionally, like, my camera off to the side is fine. Some days it's worse, some days it's better. I don't know. Alright, so... Now it's starting to get weird. Yeah. I don't know. So, yeah, it's like laggy shit on my side. I don't know what's going on with it. All right. So, I did want to talk a little bit about today some books that I have recently grabbed. But not just like, not really like just any books. Some of these are books that I have grabbed before. And let's close that. Go. 2 copies? No, not something that I have, not as in that. But I kind of wanted to talk about the books that I actually like reference and take with me, or have more on hand at any given time. So I kind of wanted to point out those two, and I think I've talked about this before, but I just kind of want to bring these up again. These two, oh god, it's backwards, because it's backwards to me, that's right. This is so that I can read them. There we go. So these are 2 books that I take with me whenever I run D&D in person. The Great Book of Random Tables, and this is by Matt Davis. I think it's Davis. Matt Davids, or DAVIDS. I actually have his entire collection in PDF form. I bought it again. So I guess you could say that I do have, 2 copies of it, because I have, essentially, this is the culmination of multiple books. All right, this needs, no, that's worse. That's better. There we go. But yeah, so this is one of the books that I keep with me whenever I run games in person. That needs to be good. Damn, there we go. Yeah, so this is the book that I have with me all the time whenever I running games in person. And for the most part, where is this? Okay, let's put you there. There. Wow, why can't I figure this out? There? Yes. That's exactly where it needs to be. Wow, my mind is just slipping from me. So yeah, this is the book that I keep with me all the time whenever I'm running D&D in person, and it's the one that I keep next to my desk when I am running D&D online. I think I've referenced this before, but like this has come up numerous times where I've needed just like random things to happen in a game. If I need names for characters like kobolds, your red plague, Zeb Redblood. If I need goblin names or halfling names like Woodrick and Hala, bard songs, medicinal herbs. If I need to have something, on the know, or just need to make something up like Thunder God Vine. I use this book all the time, whether I'm using it, hard copy or PDF. This book is always just right off to the side. But this is another book that I have started to use a little bit more frequently, but more when I'm running my game at the library. And I do, and the main thing is because I don't have this in a PDF form. That's the main thing. If I had this in a PDF form, it would be a game changer for me. But this is just an entire book of traps. So let me preface this. So this is the Game Master's book of traps, puzzles, and dungeons. In here, there are one-shot adventures, there are traps, puzzles, and dungeon chambers, and a random selector. So if, you just want to try and come up with something, and you don't want to have to, thumb through the book, you can literally roll on tables, and it'll get you something like that. But I was recently in the process of statting out a dungeon for something, and I wanted to have, a puzzle or trap or two. So I referenced this book, and it just kind of reminds me of, how great this is, where you can literally go in here and it gives you full-on chambers for dungeons. And the cool thing is you can do this whether you're prepping for a one-shot, or you're prepping for your campaign and you're building up a full dungeon, or you can also use this if you are starting to prep for a one-shot and maybe you just want to add something else to it. You want to add a little bit more of a challenge. Seems I found it. Yes, that would be it. Yeah, so the Game Master's Book of Traps, Puzzles, and Dungeons. Yes, that is the code for it. The thing for me is that I wouldn't go back in and repurchase all of these, unfortunately. Just, actually gets expensive. But yeah, there you go. There is a link. I don't know if Topics Media Lab is the one that does all of them. It looks like they do. the main ones. Hold on. Here, wait. All right. So it looks like they have, yep, the Game Master's Book of non-player characters available. I don't know if I'd want these in soft cover anyway. Random encounters, traps, puzzles, and dungeons, legendary dragons, and this is, oh, this is the random encounters that, yeah, I saw that they actually had a digital map pack. Not gonna lie, I actually wouldn't hate this because the random encounter book is really good. That would be worth it, in my opinion. I might pick that up here in a couple minutes. But yeah, the only thing that I would really want the PDF version of the traps and dungeons is just for the maps in the back. Truthfully speaking, that's really about it, because as you can see, there's some decent maps in the back here. But honestly, these could all be recreated on any kind of dungeon mapping software. You know, something like Wonder Draft or Incarnate or anything like that. So, yeah, all these are very simple. And the thing is I actually had this idea of having an entire dungeon just built out of this book. Like, multiple rooms, just taking each one of these dungeon chambers, and I forget how many there are. There's a ton. Yeah, 50 of them. Okay, that'd be a huge-ass room, and some of it wouldn't really flow well together, but, you know, to just go in and go from, like, room to room to room to room, I think would just be really interesting. So I just want to go over one and, you know, just give you a little bit of a sample of the book. So, look at this first one. We have the Tower of Hope. A series of cobblestone stairs in the center of this sharp-edged angular chamber jut out of a grotto and wrap around themselves to form a tower extending 90 feet above you. Pillars vaulting the ceiling extend even higher. Water trickles from the ceiling down to the tower into the pool below. A few large rocks break the water surface from beneath. A single iron plate with no discernible locks or latches can be seen on the wall opposite of you. So you're, I think you're entering into here, down in the bottom left. Yeah, and then an iron plate drops behind you, covering the door. Yeah, so you're you're coming in down here. Here's the tower. Here's those pillars. And it says right in the middle, this room's central tower also features a lever that activates the iron plates to lead in or out of the chamber. So the mechanics of this room is that the stairs, when climbing amounts to 9 flights of stairs, is no small task, as they are narrow in spaces, slippery in others, and in some spots missing steps entirely. A character wishing to reach the top of the tower must travel a total of 120 feet along the spiral staircase. At GM discretion, any creature traversing the stairs must succeed a DC 12 acrobatics check to avoid a loose cobblestone at the 45-foot mark. On a failed save, they slip and fall. They must also make a DC 10 acrobatics check at the 75-foot mark to avoid slipping on the slick moss-covered stairs where water pools towards the top of the tower. Failing either of them results in falling damage at the DM's discretion. The lever at the top of the tower activates the iron barricades, barring the doors in and out of the chamber. Pulling this lever is a free action. Once pulled, the barricades will rise for 5 seconds, hold for 2, then fall for 5 seconds, giving a creature roughly 2 rounds per initiative to get from the top of the tower to the other side of one of the barricades. The pull at the bottom, this water feature right here, is 30 foot deep and at DM discretion is deep enough to accommodate the fall of a creature from 120 feet. A creature falling into the pool must first succeed a DC 15 acrobatics check to avoid hazards and maintain proper form. A creature failing this check must succeed on a DC 15 con save or suffer 6d6 bludgeoning damage. A creature failing the initial dexterity saving throw by more than 5 misses their mark and hits one of the pool's rocks, suffering 12d6 bludgeoning damage. And then, so that's it. That right there, that's the encounter. Okay? It's a room with a giant tower. There's one way in, one way out, or technically one way in, 2 ways out. And there's a lever at the top of the tower that's hard to get up to, and once you get up there and you pull the lever, you only have 12 seconds to get out. So how do you do it? And something like this is a really fun encounter to throw at your players because it's not like your standard combat encounter. Something like this is where you're just letting your players explore and figure out what their choices and what their options are. So obviously, if you describe the pool of water around it, they might get that idea of like, oh, cool, I can jump into that. And you're going to take some fall damage considering how high you're falling from. And also the fact that you have to make that acrobatics check to avoid hitting anything down on the ground. Now, a creative character might have the mindset of casting some spell. Okay? For example, you could cast the spell Mage Hand. Okay, you could cast the spell Mage Hand, and that would let you get 30 feet away from this thing before the hand disappears, which arguably would give you a little bit of a head start. Another example might be if the party has, say, an immovable rod. Okay, and granted, this would be a hell of a way to basically lose an immovable rod, but you could technically put an immovable rod on that thing, and that would keep it from, those doors closing, which arguably, if this was the entrance into a dungeon, like if this was the first room in a dungeon, it might not necessarily be the worst thing to have your entry point just staying open. So something like this is really fun because it's not a heavy combat thing. You're not like just throwing monsters at your players as soon as they get into an adventure, but it's just something where you're giving them the opportunity to really think and figure out what they want to do. Now, if you do want to go another route and you don't think this is challenging enough, each one of these down here in the bottom right offers a variant encounter. So for example, and I think for the most part they're all D6s. I think. Maybe they don't. Well, I thought they did. All the ones I did had one. But they have, most of them have variant encounter options. So for example, with this one, a water elemental within the pool that attempts to whelm any creatures that enter its territory. So there you go. You could do something like a water weird. You could do a standard water elemental. And as soon as the players jump down in there, that triggers an encounter on its own. All of a sudden, one of the players is grappled by a water weird that's invisible from the surface. And the moment you get under there, all of a sudden, you know, oh, 4 of us jumped from this tower. We land in the water and only 3 of us come up. Like, that in itself could be a moment of horror for some players. That could honestly be a trigger warning for some players of drowning. Number 2, a halfling named Daryl Donovan hopelessly hanging from the side of the stairs on the tower, nearly 60 feet up. He plummets 55 feet towards the pool after waving hello to the party. He seeks whatever the party is after, and they will split with them if they're able to keep him alive. So there you go. Just a little NPC that's traveling with the party now. You know, could be an ally, could be a secret villain or enemy down the line, but just something extra to add in. Number 3, 2 starving bandits arguing about which of them should climb the tower. It seems they've been arguing for roughly 3 days. So there you go. 3 people, 2 bandits get into there. They've been sitting in there. They can't get out. So maybe they'll make a deal with the players. Maybe they'll try and attack the players for their food. Number 4, a single wraith doomed to haunt this chamber who asked the entire party if one among them would be willing to take his place. Should none oblige, he will retaliate. So right there, you could have an immediate combat encounter if you think that this doesn't have enough death in it, or it's not thrilling enough for your adventurers or your players. Just immediately they walk in and, beware those who enter this chamber. Do you wish to take my place and hold guard over this space for endless time and rid me of this curse? Everyone's like, fuck that. Next thing you know, the thing appears and goes after them. Then you will die and your bodies will litter the pool forevermore. And play it off into there. Number 5, a grumpy troll repeatedly slamming its head against the iron barricade on the far side of the chamber. Should it attack the party, it must do so at advantage. So a troll got in here, has been stuck, cannot figure its way out, is slamming its head against the wall. It probably has brain damage at this point, so that's why it's attacking with disadvantage. It's probably disoriented. And then you could have it broker a deal with the players, kind of like the bandits. They just want out of there, so maybe you help them get out, or maybe you take them down in. Maybe they're going in for something. Maybe the troll saw something in there that he wanted and it's beyond the barricade and he can't figure this out. And lastly, number 6, a pair of pigeons roosting at the top of the tower that will defiantly protect their nest and by default the lever, forcing any who touch it to succeed a DC 15 dex save or fall off the side of the tower. And honestly, that to me would be like probably the one that I would do, in all honesty. Like your players are walking up, they make the save 45 feet up, they succeed. They make the save 75 feet up, they save. They get up 120 feet, and it's like all of a sudden you hear this cuckoo, cuckoo, and you see 2 pigeons flying down and flapping their wings in your faces. I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws. You're gonna get somebody like the barbarian, or not the barbarian, maybe the barbarian or the paladin or the cleric, who not that dexterous and just suddenly topples off, falls the 60 feet down to the ground and slams into the ground, taking that 66 falling damage. Now, sure, immediately at that point, you're going to have, the wizard and the rogue and, everyone else just shoot the pigeons. But guess what? Now you got a little pigeon egg. Now you got like a little nest with a baby pigeon in it. And maybe as soon as you kill them, they realize that, like, within the mechanisms of the lever, there's a baby nest, and there's a little baby pigeon in there. So the players have to decide what they want to do. Do they leave it there to die? Do they kill it out of mercy? Or do they take it with them and it becomes, the party's pet? So yeah, some like this, like I said, I've been reading through this a little bit more. I've been going through a lot of these dungeons in the back, and there's a ton. Like I said, there's 50 of them, and they're really cool. Some of them are super intricate. Some of them are a little bit more open. Some of them are practically like dungeons themselves. As you can see, like, so it has multiple rooms that you could separate it into. But additionally, beyond that, you have just you have your traps and you have your puzzles. So in this section right here, did I just get this one? No, I've had this one. I've had this one for a while. So right here, it's got 4 different kinds of traps. You got painful, deadly, disruptive, and complex. Painful is just ones that are designed to kind of hinder the party. It's going to deal damage. It's going to hurt. But it's not designed to kill them, but maybe to, like, disable or block their path. So, for example, this one is called the Bee's Knees. The way that this one works is there are small 3-foot pits in the floor in a hallway that are covered by a thin paper-like material, and it is disguised to look like the floor, but secretly underneath are wasps' nests. So when the players are moving down through the hallway, they take a step, all of a sudden they step into this paper, it tears through, they step into a wasp nest, they're now knee deep, like knee to calf deep in this pit, and they could break their knee in half, they could twist it, but now they have wasps coming up from the ground to attack them. But on top of that, as you can see in this picture, openings in the ceilings drop down and release more wasps. So it's just meant to, like, cause panic and fright, but on top of that, just a lot of damage, because suddenly they're now swarmed with enemies. One of the ones that I ran in my library group is over here. It's called the Hellfire Whiplash. And the way that it works is you have a chamber that is however long you need it to be, and there are runes in that chamber at a high ceiling. Now, as you enter the chamber, you hear a sizzling pop overhead as a whip-like gout of flame shoots down towards you from the ceiling. Make a dexterity saving throw. So these hellfire chains come down. If you fail the dex save, you are grappled by them, you are dealt fire damage, and then you are pulled 15 feet up into the ceiling. Now, if you succeed on that saving throw, you roll a d4. If you roll a 1, 2, or 3, you move ahead, and you trigger another trap, and you have to make the same dexterity saving throw. Again, no matter what, if you fail, you're wrapped up by hellfire chains and you're taken up into the ceiling. But if you succeed the second one, now that D4 roll becomes a 1 or a 2. And if you roll the higher side, so if you roll a 4 on the first one, you actually land on a tile that's safe. And you're a little bit into this, this chamber, into this corridor. So it's a really fun kind of like hopscotch where the players have to, like, figure out where exactly they need to jump in order to not trigger these hellfire chains. Like I said, I ran this in my library group not too long ago, actually just like 2 sessions ago. And what happened was when the players arrived there, the warlock cast Detect Magic. Now, the thing is that it actually explains in here, and one of the reasons why I love this book, each trap gives a section about investigating and disarming it. So you don't even have to come up with that stuff, because I know sometimes it can be arbitrary, but sometimes you need to know, like, hey, how do some spells work with this trap? So, for example, investigating. A creature investigating the ceiling of this chamber before entering must succeed on a DC 16 investigation check to notice a slight shimmer of charged arcane energy on the ceiling 30 feet above. A creature that has cast Detect Magic would immediately be aware of those runes, which give off a strong aura of abjuration and evocation magic. So it's protection magic and damage magic, destruction magic. So it's obviously protecting something. So, you know, it's going to be something that is, you know, padding you, but it's also that fire. So, and then disarming, the runes can be dispelled with a successful Dispel Magic 4th level, which clears out 20 feet of rune-trapped area at the GM's discretion. Now, the way that I did it in my campaign is, since none of my players have Dispel Magic, I actually allowed for one of my players to shoot the runes and basically corrupt them and destroy them, but that caused a 15 or a 10-foot explosion of fire. Now, after that explosion, they knew, okay, we need to back up, you know, we need to aim from a little bit further away, you know, and do what we got to do from a bit of a distance, because when my players arrived at this, and the Warlock had sensed this, they were like, let's maybe not go down here, or let's have the Paladin go down. And the Paladin was like, no, let's not have the Paladin go down, because I'm the only one that can heal anyone at this time. And the Warlock was standing in front of him, and he's like, well, why don't you go in? And he pushes the Warlock into the room, or into the hallway, and the Warlock makes the dex save and immediately fails and gets thrown up into the ceiling by the Hellfire chains, taking the fire damage. Now, they were in a gnome stronghold, so the ceilings were actually super low, so I had it be illusionary, where the ceiling above had been dug out, but an illusion had been cast to make it not realize how high the ceiling was. So yeah, it was really funny, because the Warlock was not happy. He was very angry with the Paladin, and there were some words to be had, but they were able to get the Warlock down. They were able to break through all the traps that were there and continue on. So, like I said, there's different kinds of traps. So another, you know, the next level up is deadly. These are ones that can straight up kill your characters, like beheadings, cut in half, eaten. I would probably avoid those unless you're running like something that is an extremely deadly campaign. For example, oh yeah, a tight squeeze. It's literally a pit trap where there's spinning logs that have thorns on it that when a creature falls in there, they take 3d10. Oh wait, which one is it? Hold on. Well, actually, yeah. We'll do the tight squeeze. So a creature walks over a trigger plate that opens a trapdoor beneath, which are two rapidly rotating cylinders that grip the creature's foot. The creature that triggered the trap is grappled, must succeed a DC 18 athletics check. On a failed save, the cylinders begin to spin, dealing 5d10 bludgeoning damage as they tug the creature deeper into the floor. If the creature is still grappled at the end of each of their turns per initiative, the cylinders tug them deeper, dealing 5d10 bludgeoning damage. A creature suffering more than 100 damage from this trap is effectively squashed squashed and dies at the DM's discretion. Their remains are scattered underneath the cylinders. The grappled creature can attempt to escape at the start of each of their turns, making the strength check at disadvantage. A creature can assist the trapped creature and attempt to pull them out as an action. Pulling the creature out requires a DC 18 strength check as well. On a success, the grappled creature suffers only 3d10 bludgeoning damage and suffers a mangled foot. Now, the mangled foot, it says here, is listed below. This trap can severely damage the limbs of a creature caught in it, especially if another creature tugs them loose. At DM's discretion, any creature that doesn't escape this trap by themselves suffers a mangled limb. Their movement speed is halved, and they make all dexterity saving throws at disadvantage. This effect can be removed following 2 months of downtime or through magical means such as the regeneration spell or similar effects, or at the DM's discretion, another solution. So, how do you find this trap? Well, a creature checking the area for signs of traps might notice subtle whirring sound beneath the tiled floor. You can also find like where the edges of the trap door are, or find the pressure plate with a DC 17 investigation check. And then disarming it, this trap cannot be disarmed, only avoided. The cylinders are susceptible to damage, however. They have an AC of 10 and 100 hit points. If one or both of the cylinders are destroyed, the grappling ends. So that's why I was saying you can make them logs, and make them so that they are, maybe like vulnerable to fire damage, and you can like burn them. Or make them stone and make them susceptible to or vulnerable to thunder damage. But yeah, this one will straight up kill a character and like it says down here, mangle a limb. So can be extremely deadly. Now here, these are disruptive traps. This stuff is very much designed not necessarily to kill them, but to hinder the players and cause them grief and strife. So I ran one of these, which is right here. It's called the Double Shrink. I absolutely love this one when I read it the first time, and I threw it into that same adventure where I had the Hellfire one. So, walking past a series of hidden runes, blast characters with a powerful double dose of the reduce portion of the enlarge reduce spell, shrinking them down dramatically, an effect that will take some significant trial and error to dispel. The creature that triggers the trap, as well as any creature within 15 feet of them, must succeed on 3 DC 16 Constitution saving throws. On a failed save, the creature shifts in size, rapidly shrinking until they are one size category smaller than their baseline. If a creature fails 2 saves, they become tiny, and if a creature fails all 3 sizes, they are considered minuscule. It says teeny tiny in here, but technically the size down from tiny is minuscule in older editions, so I'm just going to use that term. A target that falls victim to the glyphs is affected for 1 hour, which is 1 hour each time. So you will be, if you're a medium-sized creature, you will be small for 1 hour, you'll be tiny for 2, and minuscule for 3. One of my players that failed this in the campaign was a changeling, so his size could already be small. So he was actually small, tiny, minuscule, and then like it was like the size of like he was like the size of an action figure. He was like super itty bitty. So, and then yeah, you can use detect magic, you can investigate, and then disarming it requires 3 successful 4th level dispel magics at each individual player. So it's a shit ton of spell slots that you have to burn through, or you just have to, press on and play as is. And yeah, something like this could be the introduction into an adventure in itself. Okay, you could have an adventure where, let's say, the players walk into a room and have them, see in the middle of this room is a small table, and on that table is a miniature version of the room. And in that miniature version of the room, there is another even smaller version of the room that they're in. And have it be that, if somebody goes up and interacts with the table and like moves something around, let there be some things in the room. Maybe there's a couple barrels, maybe there's like a candle, or some kind of movable objects in the room, like a weapon rack or like a suit of armor. And if they mess with that, they're hit by the spell. Okay, they have to make the saving throw, and those who fail are shrunk down and are now on the table. And the table now, they can interact with the stuff on the smaller table. And if they interact with that, and then you finally realize that down at the minuscule table is the key to the door on how to get out. And have it be that on each descending level, maybe there's a different challenge in that particular room. So you're kind of like splitting up the party in a way, because in the full-size room, you could have like a minotaur show up, or orcs or goblins appear from like a room off to the side. And then down in the smaller one, it'll be, other creatures that are smaller. So it's like, you could actually have somebody on the largest size interact with the smaller creatures and like throw those monsters out of there. But at the same time, they also have to fight their own creatures. Feels a little like Goldilocks, with the things being too hot, too cold. I would say it would be more that, in my mind, this would be more I had a similarity to it, but like, what was the thing? There was a game that was very much like this, where like you have to like interact with smaller versions of things to move stuff in the room that you're in, and that could be another thing that you could do, is in order to move stuff. So for example, maybe there is a bookshelf in the way of the door to get out, but you can't move the bookshelf by hand, but you can move the smaller bookshelf on the thing, and that the bigger one will move with it. But there's even like smaller ones, there's like smaller things that you'd have to move. It would be a little complicated, but it's just, an idea. The way that I had this work for my players was it just affected their size, and they had to press on. Now, most of my players only failed like one or two. The warlock did actually fail all three. So he was as small as can be, and was sitting in the was sitting in like the bosom of the ranger's armor, and was like hanging out in there. They are a couple in game after all, so it was fitting for them. But this was a really fun one, because when you are affected by the enlarge reduce spell, your strength checks and saving throws, they are made with disadvantage. And on top of that, your weapons also deal 1d4 less damage. So that's the key thing, is like they were smaller in size, and we're actually going up to fight a basilisk, which when they got to the basilisk, I had the basilisk have a potion of enlarge dumped on him, so he grew to large size, and the other players were now, were now either medium, small, or tiny. So it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun playing with that one. Like I said, one of the cool disruptive traps. And then lastly, we have complex traps. Now, I have never fully done one of the complex traps because they are legit too complex for anything that I've wanted to deal with so far. But as you can see, like right here for this one, the ossuary of unkindness. Those who commit to serving a god of the underworld in life are often utilized to farther their god's aims long after death, a fact exemplified through arcane ossuaries like this one. Sealed with an inscrutable divine energy, this final resting place of one such god's more dedicated followers serves a dual purpose: protecting the arcane artifacts the paladin used in service and collecting the memories, and more often than not, mortal strength, of any who would deign to disturb the paladin's final rest. The ossuary is 8 foot long, 5 foot wide, 4 foot deep, and features 2 lids. The top lid is incredibly heavy. The second lid, which conceals a compartment storing the artifacts buried here, is obscured by the remains of the body interred within. Discovering and removing this second lid while the top lid remains open allows access to the artifacts buried with the deceased. This trap triggers as soon as any corporeal creatures lifts its uppermost lid, which requires a DC 17 athletics check. A check which must be repeated on each round per initiative, and the trap remains active as long as the upper lid is raised. So there is traps act on initiative count 20 and 10. So on initiative count 20, the crystal, the ossuary of unkindness features a crystal of consciousness which can trap a soul alongside memories and vitality of any who attempt to access the hidden compartment, and a flock of shadows which obscures the ossuary and rips away the strength of those who seek to breach it. Both elements affect corporeal creatures within 30 feet. So, initiative count 20. This crystal first targets any creature within 100 feet of the ossuary. That creature must succeed on a DC 25 charisma save. On a failed save, they are trapped within the crystal as per the magic jar spell. Their soul is swapped with the deceased, who uses the creature's new body to act in the interest of their deity on its own initiative, protecting the ossuary from intruders. The crystal can only hold one soul at a time. The crystal then targets each creature within 30 feet. Each creature must succeed a DC 17 intelligence save against the memory siphon. So on a failed save of this, the creature suffers a crushing sense of loss and takes 4d6 psychic damage, as most of their cherished memories are ripped away and transferred to the crystal. And then Flock of Shadows, at initiative 10, an unkindness of shadowy spectral ravens erupts from within the ossuary's hidden chamber, obscuring the area within 30 feet of the ossuary in magical darkness. The flock of shadows attacks each creature within 30 feet of it with a +6 to hit, dealing 2d6 plus 3 necrotic damage. On a hit, the target's strength score is reduced by 1d4. If their strength is reduced by 0 in this way, the target dies. Otherwise, this reduction lasts until the target makes a short or long rest. Any corporeal creature that ends its turn within the flock suffers 4d6 cold damage. A body inhabited by the entombed paladin is unaffected by the flock and can see through the darkness. So, The crystal of consciousness becomes more dangerous the longer the trap remains active. If a creature has already lost memories to the crystal, on a failed save against the crystal, the creature loses an additional memory, taking 1d6 psychic damage for each memory lost, and ages 1d6 times 10 years, as its life force is siphoned into the crystal alongside its past memories. The aging effect can be reversed with a greater restoration spell, but only within 24 hours of it occurring. So not only can you lose cherished memories from your childhood, you could seemingly be aged anywhere from 10 to 60 years, and if you don't get greater restoration cast on you within 24 hours, that is a permanent effect. Okay, Crystal of Consciousness. Each creature that ends its turn within 30 feet of the ossuary must succeed a DC 17 intelligence save or be affected by memory siphon. So this occurs. Constant elements, which is down here. So we had dynamic elements, which is the memory siphon, and now we have constant elements. The Crystal of Consciousness and the Flock of Shadows affect each creature that ends its turn in an area affected by those creatures. So the Crystal of Consciousness does its memory siphon to any creature that ends its turn within 30 feet of it, and each creature that ends its turn in the Flock of Shadows is targeted by an attack above. Those are just things that are always happening. They don't require actions. They are just constant. And continuing on, because we're not done. Is it always older memories? I would say so. I mean, it says in the beginning. Well, okay, sorry. Maybe not childhood. I think I was maybe adding childhood. Crushing sense of loss and takes 4d6 psychic damage as their most cherished memories are ripped away. So it's not old memories. It's their most cherished. So if a most cherished memory was, I don't know, let's just say in the Phandalin 5 campaign, if, for example, if this happened to, say, Iluna, and Iluna considered, like, me, the moment, oh my god, let's just say, insist certain things are forgotten, this would be to the DM's discretion, in my opinion. I would say this would be to the DM's discretion. I would say it could be something like the moment Iluna met Anime for the first time. Like, the moment that connection occurred and Anime came from, you know, the magics of Iluna's subclass, essentially, deciding on a PC's cherished memories. I mean, that's the thing. It would definitely have to be something that's discussed. Well, no, it's like I'm saying, like what is your character's most cherished memory? Like, if you, and I would obviously ask the players that. I would ask them, what is your most cherished memory? What is the one thing to you that is the most cherished event in your life? And that is what happens. And that's the design of this trap. Okay, that is the whole design of the trap. This trap is not designed to be like a fun little quirky, oh, we went to the top of a tower and we pulled a lever and then we had to jump in a pool of water and maybe there was a pigeon up there, or, you know, maybe that. No, this is a trap that is designed to physically hurt the players, mentally scar, or physically hurt the characters and mentally scar the players. This is the design of this trap. Okay, because this is by a god of death. This is by, and I would honestly argue this could be a god of memories. Okay, this could be an evil god of memories that this is tied to, and that maybe their paladins were like nightmare paladins, where they had this memory siphon ability in their living life to where they could go up and draw good memories out of your mind and replace them with corrupted versions of that. You know, you think back to that time when your character was sitting there out in the fields of your parents' farm, and you were looking up at the stars, and in your real life, you know, your parents came out and they were there, and you were looking up at the stars, and you saw a shooting star go through the sky, and you said, one day I'm gonna reach the heavens, and I'm gonna do something, and you know, I'm gonna be one with the stars. And you go through your life and you become a star druid, okay? And you become a diviner, and that's like your life goal. But they could go up and they could take that memory of yours and corrupt it. And as you're sitting in that field, you look up at the sky and you see the stars, and your parents come up, and all of a sudden the star, the shooting star that emblazoned that thought in your mind of you're gonna be one with the stars one day, doesn't streak across the sky, but instead is growing larger and larger in the sky as it's coming towards you, and the world around you is lighting up as the fire is starting to as the energy from this asteroid is plummeting towards the earth. And as you're telling your parents you need to run, they grab you by the arms, and their twisted, horrific, eldritch faces laugh and spit in your face as they hold you there as the weight of this asteroid comes down and crushes you. That, to me, is what I would build this around. Okay? And I would say, in my opinion, I would say, like, hey, what is your most cherished memory? What is that one thing? And then it's just gone. It's gone. And in that moment, how does that player play into that? The player has to decide. Is it something where that cherished memory was the moment when they decided to become a ranger? And do they now forget why? Does it now not make sense why they're doing what they're doing? Does that affect who they are as not only a character, but as a player, how they have to play that character now? Yeah, it would. If something, you know, the most to play off a character that I played, all the way up in the far corner up there, Cooper. Cooper's most cherished memory was meeting his friends, because Cooper did everything for his friends, and he wanted to do everything for his friends, and he wanted to care for them, and he wanted to love them, and he wanted to be there for them, and he wanted them to be able to rely on him. And this would be all of a sudden his, well, I mean, dementia is very much you losing your memories. So yeah, it very much could sound like dementia. But for Cooper, it would be his most cherished memory would be him losing his friends. It would suddenly, he doesn't remember who his friends are. He doesn't remember meeting them. And in that moment, he would, you know, he wouldn't know what to do, he knows where he is, but he doesn't remember meeting any of these people. He has maybe flashes of memories in his mind of being with these people, but he doesn't have those, you know, moments. Or maybe Cooper's most cherished memory could be when he danced with his wife, Fern. And in that moment, that's just gone for him. You know, that beautiful moment that they had in the moonlight together, where he made her a dress and they vowed themselves to one another, that's just gone for him. Now let's see, there could be a way to get this back. So, disarming. The crystal is hidden in the ossuary's secondary chamber beneath the remains of the interred paladin. The chamber can be discovered with a DC investigation check. The crystal has 50 hit points and an AC of 10. The crystal can be dispelled with 3 successful 4th level dispel magics. If it is dispelled, the soul within is free to return to its body, provided the body is still alive, and the memories it has collected return to those from whom they were siphoned. So there you go. If it is physically destroyed but not dispelled, the trapped soul is free to return to the body, but the memories the crystal collected remain trapped within the shattered shards, trinkets that are now the cherished property of the god served by the paladin. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. See, I would love nothing else than to put this into a campaign and have that moment be where it's like the players are affected by this, and I ask each one of them, what is your character's most cherished memory? And have them explain it and go into as much detail as they want about it, and then say, that is gone. That memory fades. You feel a crushing pain and anguish in your soul as you take 4d6 psychic damage as this is ripped away from you. You see the claws of this god ripping through the memory and taking it from you. And it is in this crystal. You see it. You see a glimpse of the memory inside a crystal in your mind that is then ripped away from you. And that would be a cool way to describe it, is like you're, in that Star Druid thing, have it be where as this is happening, as he's watching the sky with his parents and, they stand proudly over him, as maybe he did something in that moment under the guise of the stars, and this god walks up to him and just has the crystal out in his hand, and every color in the world begins to siphon into this thing, and his parents suck into it like getting sucked into a vacuum. Something like that would be really cool. That would be a really cool evocative scene to play up. All right. The flock of shadows disperses in areas impacted by magical light. Okay, so you can get rid of them by magical light. They attack at disadvantage and can no longer drain the strength of a creature that's magically illuminated, which means my one paladin would be safe. A successful casting of a 4th level dispel magic permanently protects an area within a radius of 10 feet. Okay, so you could do areas of that. And what's this? Intelligence Religion DC 17. As an action, a creature can discern the function of the ossuary to collect memories for the dedicated deity. A successful check would reveal the soul of the paladin from the crystal seeks to serve its deity in a more corporeal form, but would return to the afterlife if a creature pledges an unbreakable oath to serve their god. Okay. Sweet. I really like this one. This is honestly one of the coolest ones around. And see, this is what I mean. I don't really go through these ones because you kind of have to build a whole thing around this. I would want to have an entire dungeon that was filled with nightmare monsters and undead monstrosities, and have things that that can trigger characters memories and play off of that stuff throughout it. So also, yeah, some really cool art to go along with it. So that's one of the players, maybe a wizard or something, that's been taken over by the spirit of that paladin, and they're surrounded by the ravens. That's so cool. I love this book. And then continuing on through here, we have the next section, which is puzzles. So as you can see, there's different kinds of puzzles: rhymes and riddles, ciphers, and gateway puzzles. Gateway puzzles are definitely one of the easier ones. It's just like how to get through a door. And I've used this in my library group a few times because it's just a quick little thing you can throw in there. The one that I had used recently was Find Your Nose. The party discovers the location of the key they seek at... Wait. The party discovers the location of the key they seek is as plain as, well, you know. The room is jam-packed with rows of shelves and piles of open crates, all of them filled with all manner of assorted mundane household objects, coils of ropes, candles, dinner plates, taxidermized beasts, including a raccoon, a badger, a fox, and a fawn, gardening tools, and the like. A single leather-bound book lies open in a small circular clearing in the middle of the room, as if it was deliberately placed there. Inspecting the book reveals a few lines of text written neatly on its open page. The key you seek is here somewhere. Do not be so hasty or look past what's right there. We all have one, some big, some small, some long, some tall, and even when it's stuffed, it can run. All the other pages in the book are empty, and its cover is blank. If you want to guess... feel free. I'll give you like 30 seconds, but it should be plain to see. I don't know if anybody's still here in the chat after I was reading that memory wiping trap. But yeah, the key you seek is somewhere here. Do not be so hasty or look past what's right there. We all have one, some big, some small, some long, some tall. And even when it's stuffed, it can run. It is your nose. And as soon as anyone states the answer to the riddle is their nose, they feel... oh, yeah, it was in the title. Oh, yeah, I guess Find Your Nose. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. As soon as they say the answer to the riddle, they will feel a slightly painful, itchy sensation in one of their nostrils. Forcing a sneeze or reaching into their nose reveals a tiny brass key that unlocks the exit to the door. So something real simple, just, a little riddle that can be done, or something where someone has to do like a certain action at one point of the room. Sphinx of Black Quartz. Oh yeah, this is Sphinx of Black Quartz, Judge My Vow. Yeah, so very much just some simple, straightforward riddles, cryptic messages. It actually walks you through how to do entire ciphers. So if you really want to get involved, you can have like full-on ciphers in order to do this. Where you have to read it in like a certain order. I haven't used any of these either, just because I haven't really had a great opportunity. But yeah, so like I said, I honestly wanted to talk a little more about this book than the other one that I just got, because I use this book more often, and I have used this one more often. I probably am going to buy the PDF version of this, because it actually make my life easier with statting out some of the maps. But yeah, I like I said, I really wanted to come on here, talk about this, because I've had these books, and the thing is that this is a collection of books that I have been buying into that I feel like I don't know if I've talked about them that much. Wait a minute, what? Okay. And I actually don't know if they have a full... Let me look this up real quick. Yeah, I don't know if he actually has has all of these listed anywhere else, but the thing I wanted to show is that I actually have now the whole collection of these books that have been put out. So let me get this organized here. It's not technically the order it doesn't seem like the order they should go. I feel like this should go next. Oh, you know why? Because this is the way that they were released. Okay. So I have the whole collection here now. And I am gonna leave. I'm gonna link out to this. If you are interested in buying these are for the hard covers. Okay, that is the link for the hard covers. I do want to point out that is not an affiliate link. I got wary the one day about posting it as an Amazon link, because I actually had somebody message me and say like, hey, you know, you should do Amazon affiliate links. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Because I don't know. I find that somewhat a bit sleazy. So that's not an affiliate link. But that is the link that will take you to the entire Game Master collection. So it is technically 8 books, but one of them has yet to release, which is the final one that I'm waiting for. I already have it pre-ordered, which is called Everything I Need to Know I Learned from RPGs, a player's handbook for the game of life. But the books in this collection, which are all available on Amazon, are the Game Master's Book of Random Encounters, which was one of the ones that Stacy, in the listing that Stacy had put out, you can get that book. Here, I'm going to link out to the. There we go. Topics Media Lab has the Game Master's Book of Random Encounters. It has this book on their website. So if you want to get a copy that is PDF, or if you want to get the softback version, you can get that as well. Which I don't know. Oh, you can also get the hardback one on there as well. Okay, so that's not too bad. It's $35. It's $13. Okay, hold on. All right, I'm going to be straight up with you here. This book that I have right here on my desk, okay, this one, is $13 on Amazon. And on Drive-Thru RPG, it's $34. Now, I wouldn't care as much if I was getting the PDF with that, but being that the PDF is $15... I don't know. There's a part of me that's like, I don't know who Topics Media Lab is, and I don't know if that's going straight to Jeff Ashworth. You know, I don't know. There's a part of me that's like kind of iffy on it sometimes. I love Drive-Thru RPG. Don't get me wrong. I've bought dozens of books through them, but I know that it's like a lot of that money doesn't go to the publisher. Might as well get a little bit put away for money putting in. Yeah. So I would argue you're probably better off. Hey, you're probably better off buying it on here because it is the hard copy. And it's only, $13. So, but, no, this book is absolutely great. I am 100% going to buy the digital map pack though. Because this just has encounters and monsters and different places that you might need to go to. It has entire one-shots, but as you can see, it has all kinds of different adventures, puzzles that are kept within, whole-on maps, and stat blocks for monsters. So, this is actually the first one that I got. This was the first book that I got from this collection. So, but yeah, as you can see here in the beginning, we have one-shot adventures. We have encounters that occur at taverns, inns, shops, and guild halls. We have 20 of those. Temples, tombs, and crypts, the great outdoors, homes, hideouts, labs, and lairs, rooftops, alleyways, and tunnels, and then a fully randomized table. Funny enough, I think I actually have like a magazine that is this one. I got it at my store. I got it at Walgreens. Because 103 has a dungeon that, you know him from here on the channel, Glenn, also known as Captain Castantino. This particular encounter is one of the ones that we laugh at a lot. It's called the Not Hostel. For cheap lodging, you could do worse than this rundown spot, but you have to try extremely hard. Reception. The front desk at the Knot Hostel is run by a stout dwarven woman by Millie Hunk. Named Millie Hunk. The foyer of this reception area is exquisitely appointed, and Millie works diligently to ensure her humble hostel looks presentable at all hours, day or night. Rates are 2 copper for a bunk, with a which is a pittance compared to other places to stay, but feels a bit overpriced once guests are escorted to the sleeping quarters. Millie and the Knot Hostels have a strict no refunds policy. So, the sleeping quarters, bunk beds are stacked 3 high, are the most prolific visual in this place, and depending on the time of year, each might be home to more than one resident. The room, once divided in 2 parts by a now busted wall, features a mix of stale breath, wet shoes, and a patina of body odors from across the realm hanging in the air. Upon entering the room, each creature must succeed a DC 10 con save or suffer a bout of nausea, vomiting on a failed save. The residents you roll a d4 for, so I'll roll a d4 here real quick. So what is in our current state? It's packed with 1 body per bed, plus a group of musicians sleeping beneath a few bunks. Oh God. The one that Glenn and I always laugh at is overflowing. It's with an extra 3d10 gnomes and halflings buddying up with other bunkmates. So we have it's this like really funny idea of your player wakes up in the middle of the night and there's like a halfling spooning you, or there's a gnome cuddling up to you, or you wake up and you have the variant encounter occur where it says you're confronted by a surly dwarf who says you are in their bunk. I don't know, I find it really funny that this is just like, it's not meant to be anything more than just like a momentary encounter, but it could become something. Like this could be the place where your players start out an adventure in, and maybe they help Millie. Maybe Millie has needs help with something, or maybe the players are resting there for the night and something happens, and this is what spurs on the adventure. So lots of really fun encounters in here. I've used a few of these off and on. So yeah, these are really good encounters. They're fairly well planned out, but they're also not like so heavily tied down to one design or another that you can't just supplant them from one adventure to the next. So yeah, that is the Game Master's Book of Random Encounters. Next up, we have the Game Master's Book of Non-Player Characters. This is a book. It has over 500 unique NPCs. Whether you need people for big cities, small towns, outskirts and outposts, and Underdark, you have all kinds of stuff in here. And the cool thing about this, look at that. Iggy Rapasso. What a name. What a name. Iggy Rips Asso. There you go. That is it. All right. So, who is Iggy Rapasso? He's a big city denizen, so let's see what he's all about. What is his catchphrase? You're not from around here, are you? Well, there you go. A diminutive man, short even for a dwarf, with bushy red hair parted down the middle and a beard to match, in a leather apron that keeps getting caught under his... Oh, the leather apron keeps getting caught under his feet. So, for the roguish, Iggy carries himself with the confidence of a street-savvy operator, even if his operation seems fully legitimate, suggesting he might have some kind of criminal background. Okay, so... All right, let's... Yeah. There we go. I'm trying to get these pages apart just so they're easier to flay through. After leaving the comfort of a dwarven mine nearly a century ago, Iggy Rapasso, formerly known as Ignatius Stonebeater, has since made a reputation for himself as a humble shopkeep who somehow connects buyers and sellers all over the realm. He's what the underworld refers to as a cart, a legitimate go-between who can lend credibility and a good word when various gangs want to parlay or trade in goods and services. If it exists and it's on this plane, Iggy can usually find out who's got it and what they want in exchange. Wants and needs, a day off. So every character in this has wants and needs, a secret or an obstacle, and what they're carrying. Wants and needs, a day off and a new courier. His last delivery was intercepted by highwaymen. Iggy needs a few items picked up from the Lizard King of the Undercity. There's an adventure right there. Secret or obstacle. Sometimes Iggy will tip off local bandits about his legitimate deliveries, collecting insurance money on the stolen goods, an old habit he can't seem to break. Jesus Christ. And then he is carrying 31 copper, 81 silver, and 30 gold pieces, as well as a few maps outlining the sewer system's most clear-cut routes under the city. So, this right here is a great character to introduce to the players if maybe they are running in a city campaign where they need somebody that knows a way around the city, that maybe has a bit of a surly background and can, pass them off. Maybe this is, if you have a rogue in your party with a criminal background or, somebody with a criminal background, this could be their criminal contact. Iggy Rapasso could be that character. Yeah, so this is an awesome book. Like I said, each one of them has these, wants, obstacles, or secrets and what they're carrying. We have nobles and leaders. We have... Oh, wait, did I go too far already? Oh, no, we got the full-on nobility here. There we go. Some of these pages are stuck together. Who else we got? Let's see. Let's go back. Let's look up random. You know what? Let's look up somebody random. Here we go. So we're gonna roll a, you know what? Why is my mouse not working? Hey, there we go. There we are. All right, so let us roll on this table. So we got a couple different tables here. I want to look at small town tenants, and I want to look at, we're just going to roll. We're going to roll a D25. That's what we're going to roll. Oh shit, we rolled a D25 and we got a 1. So that means that we're going to be on table 1. We're on table 4. We're on pages 104 and 105. All right, so there we go. We got 3 characters on here. We have Bosun Higby, Folk Barney Barnswoggle, and Nora Gremble. I'm going to say I like Folk Barney. So Folk Barney Barnswoggle would be considered a hot-tempered sort under normal circumstances. Now that he's noticed the lake on his property has somewhat an oily sheen and that all his crops are failing, he's grown closer to apocalyptic, a word he would not understand. The well water on his property is making him vomit, to say nothing of the smell, and he's thinking of wading out into the lake to get some answers. There's a voice in his head that keeps calling for him to do so, and he's ready to give it what for. So he is a chicken-necked man who moves as if under attack, wearing a tuck-brimmed straw hat and worker's clothes, his robust beard caked with a bit of dried mud. And for the perceptive, there's a slimy film mixed in the mud in the man's beard. What his needs are, he's hoping to find answers confronting the voice, whatever it is, the secret or obstacle. An aboleth has made its lair in a cavern accessible through a narrow gap about 500 feet below the surface of his lake. And he's carrying not but a few pieces of copper and silver, a rock, a crust of stale bread, and a sample of his well water, which is corrupted. So that right there, that's a full-on one shot. Like, your players arrive, your players are told that there's this guy, he's looking for help because his lake has this oily sheen, it's making him vomit, and he's hearing this voice. The players go and investigate, they drink a little bit of the water, maybe they hear the same voice, or they go swimming in the lake. They can search around the area, maybe they find some evidence of some, some access areas. They find the cavern, there's the aboleth, they take care of him, and Barney is better for the time. Another cool thing back here in the back of the book is an entire table of folk that you can just roll up randomly. So this is another great option. So if we just wanted to make up a character, I'm just going to roll a d20 here on the desk. We got a 15. Our character's first name is Olia. And honestly, we can go straight across here. So we got Olia Stormrock. Her brief description: with one twitchy eye and a prominent lisp. Oh, God. To be named Olia Stormrock with a lisp is a bit rough. She wants and needs. Who loves the chase? So she loves the chase. Wonder what that means. Her secret or obstacle was paid to distract the... Okay. And she carries a 20 gold long pipe and a pouch of aromatic tobacco. Okay. So she loves the chase and is paid to distract guards. So this is a character who was probably a rogue or probably part of a bandit outfit that was the one that would distract the guards. The name Olia to me reads as feminine. So this could be a woman using her feminine wiles. And, could be, one of those things of like, where she like wanders around the corners like, hello, boys. And, tries to wave them over, and when the guards go over to speak with her, she takes off and the guards chase after her, and she's maybe super quick. Maybe she's like an elf, has a higher movement speed. Maybe she has boots of speed on. Maybe she could be statted out as like a monk or a ranger or something like that. That would be cool. But let's make a character out of this real quick. All right, so we got 6. Our character's first name is Weasel. I love that. So we got a character, and they're all gay, and it doesn't work. Oh, yeah. Hello, boys. Hey! Jesus. Is that the new Rogue? No, it's called Rouge. All right, so our character's name is Weasel. Oh, we got a 6 again. We're going to re-roll that. We got Weasel Stormrock. Oh, what did that roll to? 16. And with dirty blonde hair and a pock-marked face. All right, we got a 2. What's their wants and needs? Dreams of becoming a giant slayer. What's their secret or obstacle? Number 5. Was at one time an exotic dancer. Oh, Weasel is in the animal. Weasel is in the animal. And what are they carrying? Number 8. They're carrying 3 gold pieces and a sizable amount of pocket lint, which is actually violet fungus. Okay, so this NPC that we just made is named Weasel Stormrock. They have dirty blonde hair and a pockmarked face. They want to be a giant slayer, and at one time in their life, they were an exotic dancer. They're carrying around a few pieces of gold and pocket lint, which is actually violet fungus. So this could be somebody that you introduce as like a bard character who maybe has a dream of being somebody who was in, somebody who could be a legendary hero out there killing giants. Or maybe they just is actually violet fungus. Oh yeah, violet fungus is a full-on monster in D&D. Yeah, right here. I've used it in a few adventures. That's violet fungus. The cool thing about it is that it can't move. It's stuck in place, but it has a 10-foot reach, and it can make multiple attacks. So like this, I just got 4 attacks. Those are some decent attacks. That's at least 2 hits. What are you doing? You got 2 and 2, so we got 4 points of necrotic damage. And also the fact that they are, while motionless, they are indistinguishable from other fungus. And they have blind sight, too. These things are great. These things are really great. Shitty thing is, super low armor class. They're stuck to the wall. They literally can't move. Yeah, this could be, you know what? Arguably, this could be a character who, if we just take away the exotic dancer part, like the secret or obstacle, that in itself right there, somebody that wants to be a giant slayer who's carrying around violet fungus, they could be a spore druid. Like, that could be it. They could be walking around with violet funguses, and they want to kill a giant for one reason or another. Honestly, we can re-roll that that other one. What's the 8? Oh, here we go. Lost their hearing in one ear. There we go. So here's what happened with this character. Here's where my mind goes. This is a druid. They are named Weasel Stormrock because their favorite animal is a weasel. They spent a lot of time growing up near the mountains where there are stone giants, frost giants, hill giants, and storm giants up on the mountaintop. Interactions with giants are common, but there is oftentimes a combative nature between the folks that live down in the hillsides and in the valley and the giants. The giants obviously feel like they can overthrow the place. Now, what happened was with this character, they were out one day, maybe, just going about their business, and encountered a giant. And that giant attacked them and maybe the group that they were with. But at one point, the giant comes up and claps their hands right next to this character, right next to Weasel, trying to crush them, but missing, and actually doing a thunderclap next to them and causing their eardrum to blow out. They then vow, that, one day they will rid this valley of giants. And that's when they want to become a giant slayer, but maybe they become a spore druid because traveling through the mountain is really the only safe area. Like there are caves through the mountains, and you could introduce this character as an NPC for when maybe your players have to traverse either over or through or around a mountain, and this is a character that can be there to help them out. They know the routes, they know the ways, and they can help them, but they have to be ready for attacks and stuff like that. And maybe one of the areas they pass through could even have myconid and fungus creatures where this character knows it's a safe haven, and when they get there, maybe there's a basilisk eating some of these some of these funguses and attacking some of the myconid, or there are some of the giants have destroyed it, so this character Weasel asks you to help them. That could be, like I said, that could be an adventure in itself. So yeah, non-player characters, it practically has adventures that write themselves. But if you ever just need a little bit more of a fleshed out character, you can honestly open this up, get yourself a name, get yourself a little bit of an explanation, and there you are. You have something that's good, that's straightforward, and it's easy. All right. Up next, we have Traps, Puzzles, and Dungeons. We've already gone over that, so this was the next book. Now we have Legendary Dragons. Now, this is the first one that was not written by Jeff Ashworth. It has an afterword by Jeff Ashworth, but he is not the author to it. But I do actually want to point this out about these. And this is one of the things that I love about these things. So this is authored by Jeff Ashworth, but it actually has a foreword by Michael Shea. Now, if you don't know who Michael Shea is, he is an incredible member of the D&D community, because he is the one and only... Oh, wrong book. Michael Shea of Sly Flourish and the Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master by Michael Shea. He is a prolific name across the D&D community because he literally wrote the book about how to be a lazy dungeon master. If you don't want to have to spend days and hours prepping your campaign, this book walks you through how to do it, where you actually give credence to the things you do. This wholeheartedly shaped the way that I prep my campaigns. But this has a foreword in it for this. I also have some schmutz on the book right there. And then this right here, I think it's one of the other ones. Oh yeah. So this one actually has a foreword by Jim Davis. Ooh, we gotta go back. Jim Davis and John Pruitt, which if you don't know them, they actually host a YouTube channel. Let's see if I can remember the name. Oh shit, what is it called? No, it's not. Oh, WebDM. Jesus Christ, there we are. Yeah, so Jim Davis and John Pruitt are the two minds behind WebDM. I watched these guys for so long. When I started D&D, they had such really cool ideas. They don't really do a lot of videos as much anymore. You know, I don't know if they actually are like working together anymore, as it was more like became Jim Davis, you know, more of like his channel. But yeah, I watched a shit ton of their videos for so long. And they had really cool ideas. One of the things that I loved about their videos, if we can find them, let's see. Yeah, so stuff like this, stuff like where they would do things on certain kind of races, they would oftentimes build really cool character ideas into those. And one of the things was that anytime they ever talked about like something very specific that was like a race or a class or a background, they would build really cool characters. And it's how I started getting into like my min-maxing stuff and like building more like themed characters. I loved their channel, and they were always super goofy and really fun to watch. But their videos were so long. Each one of them was like 30-40 minutes each, and it was sometimes a struggle getting through all of them. I don't know what they're up to anymore. I'll have to look into it, because it seems like the last time they uploaded was about a year ago. At least 30 minutes, yeah. So yeah, but like I said, really cool guys. I appreciate everything they did. So yeah, that other one had a forward by them, but this one is actually the first one that is the Legendary Dragons is the first one that's not authored by Jeff Ashworth. He does do a Who in the World Makes Long Videos, I know. He does have an afterword in here, but the foreword is actually written by Luke Gygax, who is Gary Gygax's son. So we have a full-on forward by the son of Gary Gygax in here. But the cool thing about this book, I'm gonna try and scoot to, wait, is it in the back? Yes. So one of the names on the front, if it was me, like I was losing my mind over this, that second name there, Hake. That is James Hake, who is a writer at D&D Beyond. He actually co-wrote Waterdeep, The Dragon Heist, and also worked at Darrington Press. And if you're somebody like me who watches more like YouTube than anything else, you might recognize him as as one of the hosts from the Ghostfire podcast, from I can't even think of special. Yeah, the Eldritch Lorecast. So James Hake is one of the is one of the hosts of that. He's right here. This is a new episode. I haven't even watched this one yet. But But yeah, absolutely love this. When I saw he was one of the authors to it, and actually he just started doing his own videos. Yeah, you can actually go watch it. I've watched each one that he's done. Go subscribe to him if you have a chance, and watch his videos about how there are different systems use different dice, and how different dice can affect how a game is played. So for example, the Star Wars role-playing game system is the Star Wars role-playing system doesn't use like a roll this die and you have to get over a certain amount and that tells you whether you succeed or not. They basically have you roll dice, and if it's like below, if it's like one of the symbols, it's like a minor failure, or if it's another symbol, it's like a slightly higher, it's like a success, but there's like complications, and it kind of goes from there, where it's like you're gonna succeed, but there's something that's, you know, something bad that's gonna happen along with this. So it could be, to relate it to D&D, for example, let's say you are trying to do a stealth check to get into a building, okay? And let's say the DC for it is 16. But let's say that you have a success threshold, okay? So we'll say that your success threshold is 12. Okay, so if you get below a 12, you fail. Okay, so that's it. If you get below a 12, you failed. Okay, or you know what? Let's say, actually, let's look at it this way. If the DC is 16, let's say that the threshold is 8. Okay, so anything below an 8, you have failed. You know, you've bumbled through, you have fallen, you slipped on a banana peel, you broke through a pane of glass, you then fell into an entire bin of squeaky horns and rubber duckies, and that set off an alarm. But if you get an 8 but if you get between an 8 and a 12, you have gotten in. But you getting in, you still, you have, you know, you didn't shut the door, or the door slammed behind you. You still have a chance to save yourself, and you'll, you know, slide off to another room, but now the guards are on alert. The guards are around. They haven't spotted you yet, but they are in the know that something is going on. Okay, if you get above a 12, but you know, if you get between a 12 and a 16, you have succeeded, but maybe this time, instead of the door slamming, maybe if you got like between an 8 and a 12, the door slammed and somebody saw one of your footprints. Okay, maybe you like tracked mud in, and it hasn't led them to you, but they know somebody's there. Maybe between a 12 and a 16 is they heard the door slam, and maybe in that moment you have the druid cast Druidcraft and make it sound like the wind's blowing really high, you know, really loud out there. So that is the reason why they, you know, it's between a 12 and a 16. You have gotten in, but if in that moment the druid didn't, you know, think of something that could save them, well, now they, you know, oh yeah, well, maybe now they shut the door and they're like, well, that was weird. Wasn't supposed to be that windy tonight. But they go about their business, but now they're wary, but they're not looking for you. And then anything above a 16, which is the threshold, is, okay, you are in, they don't suspect a thing, and you're safe. So it's the thing about having, like, different dice that instead of it's just success or failure, it is, here's a failure, total failure. Here's a success with a major complication, here's a success with a minor complication, and here's a total success. And honestly, I don't hate that, okay? I don't hate something like that. But the problem is that you would have to build an entire system around it. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the one he said Star Wars was kind of built around. And then he had He also has these 2 videos on here about how he became a professional RPG designer, which, you know, is very different because he talks about how his mentor was Chris Perkins, and how Chris Perkins' way of getting into D&D and game design was very different than his. And then your game designer is all about how even if you're just, you know, homebrewing your own stuff or making your own home campaign, it's very much you are a game designer if that is the case. So yeah, check out James Hake. I absolutely love him. He has very interesting takes on stuff, and I was very excited to see his name on this book whenever I got it, because it's just a really cool book. Although I thought that is how D&D can work. If you roll close to the number, then you still fail, but not as badly if you got like a 2. Okay, so that's the thing. That's not how the system is designed. That is how a DM could interpret the dice rolls and allow it to work. Technically speaking, D&D is a binary system. In D&D, you roll a d20. If the DC of a check is... If the DC of a check is 15 and I roll a 15, I succeed. But if I roll a 14, I failed. I rolled below the DC, therefore I do not succeed. That's it. It's either yes or no. And it's the same thing with attacking a creature. If I attack a creature whose AC is a 15, I hit them. But if I attack a creature whose AC is a 15 and I roll a 4, I miss. Now you can say, oh, well, you know, a nat 20, that's something else. You know, that's a critical success. Something more happens to that. But it's still that you hit. Same with a nat 1. It's still that you missed. You might have a little bit more that goes with it, but you only have a 5% of either one of those happening. Now with something like for example, with Pathfinder, okay? Pathfinder has a multiple levels of success built into it. So for example, if a creature let's say that you cast a spell on a creature that requires them to make a DC save, and they roll, oops, oh, sorry, Bo. Sorry, Bo. He's like, Dad, I'm trying to sleep. So, hold on, I don't have a rolling tray with me. Okay, so you got a 7. Let's say the DC to beat that thing was a 17. What did it come up at? I don't know. It rolled into the blankets. There's a full on pillow underneath there. So I couldn't even tell you what happened to Pathfinder Bo. Honestly, we have been playing more regularly. I just have not had the time to write those stories. Oftentimes I write them after the games, but I've been exhausted recently and just haven't had the time to write them. But so for example, let's say he's not dead, so not an nat 20. That's right. So, you know, let's say that the DC to beat was an 18. Okay, I roll a 7, unless I have no modifiers to it. I've rolled 10 below the DC. That means this is a critical failure. Even though I didn't roll a 1, it's still a critical failure because it's 10 below the save. Same as if, let's say the DC of something was 14, okay? And I have a plus 6 to the skill, and I roll a 19. That puts me up to a 25. I have beat the DC by 10 or more. That is a critical success. Even though it's not a nat 20, it's still a critical success. And in Pathfinder, let's say, for example, you know what? Actually, let me just pull up my character. So, for example, with Bo, nope. I actually don't know. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. So, if Bo casts Sanctuary on a creature, you ward a creature with protective energy that deters enemy attacks. Creatures attempting to attack the target must attempt a will save. So a critical success, my spell ends. Okay, so when a creature goes to hit the character that I'm trying to protect, they have to make a will save. If they critically succeed, my spell ends. If they succeed, they can attempt its attack and any other attacks against that creature. But if they fail, they cannot attack that target and they waste their action. It cannot attempt any more attacks against that creature that turn. But it could attempt an attack against another creature. And lastly, a critical failure, the creature wastes its action and cannot attempt to attack the target for a total minute. So there's varying degrees of success in Pathfinder, but that is because that is how the spells are designed. Like, I don't know if I even have other ones that are like that, but that is how these are designed. D&D's just not designed that way. Oh, this is the one where I didn't even, like, pick my general feat. I think I have Psychic. Oh, I forget. Oh, yeah, Psychic Dedication. I don't know why that's all the way down there. Weird. So yeah, I don't even use that one because we use just the characters in a Foundry game. So yeah, I like how Pathfinder does that. There's definitely things I think Pathfinder does really well. Multiple levels of success is one of those things, but that's something that I wish D&D would explore more of, or would have a way to explore that more, because the problem is that by trying to introduce it as your own system, each encounter, each die roll, each check could be so drastically different depending on if you have multiple levels of success because of how the game is designed. All right. Anyway, back to where we are, continuing to look through these books. And honestly, I'm not going to go through this one too much. These are just really cool dragons. If you want some awesome looking dragons, here you go. You got some badass looking dragons. Look at that. Zillaron the Shackled Queen. Before the words... Wait, words? Oh, yeah. Before the words to describe such a creature existed, she was there. Though why anyone would want to describe the essence, nay, mother of all evil is beyond me, beyond all of us. Zillaron, the Shackled Queen, and guess what? Bam! Full stat block. Party hook, encounter conditions, tactics, wealth, lair, regional effects. Each one of these has them. Who do we got here? Xavier the Plague Bringer. That's sick. That's fucking sick. I love that art. What do we got here? Viretta the Wretched Worm. Nice. Vandon Nekroth, the Scaled Book of the Dead. That's awesome. Umuraru, the Shepherd of the Swarms. That almost looks like a Quaddle. Tiernan, the two-headed dragon. Salathir, the suffering made flesh. That's just badass. Like, let's be real here. That's just badass art, okay? So yeah. Awesome characters, awesome dragons in this. Additionally, what this book has, what page is it on? So I can jump back to it. Monsters, page 121. Realm of the Dragons, we have Dragon Riders. This is a full-on 5e class. This is a Dragon Rider class. So at first level, you're granted a Dragon Companion, and they are in the Dragon Companion section. You can get a fighting style, you get maneuvers, you get extra attacks, all kinds of cool shit. Look at this. Dragon Companion, it levels up with you. It has extra hit die that only go up to 15 D12. Oh, what's the hit die for this? D8. Okay. And then, yeah, you look at that. You got a little hatchling Dragon Companion. And your dragon can... Yeah, your dragon has different maneuvers that you can utilize. It looks like it doesn't have any kind of subclass. It is just... Oh, no, it does, actually. It has Dragon Knight and Dragon Outrider. Nice. There you go. Dragon Rider for an NPC. You could. I mean, arguably, you wouldn't want to have all the same details. You wouldn't want to have all the same details for an NPC, in my opinion. And then you have, onto the next section, actual small dragons. So, a Draconic Displacer Beast, a Wardrake, a little Puggin. Look at that. Look at them. Ah, it's a little pug. That's fucking adorable. The bearer of a Puggin receives a bonus to their charisma. That's awesome. A non-evil humanoid with an intelligence of 5 or more that's within 20 feet of it and can see it must succeed a DC 13 wisdom save or be compelled to pet it. If a Puggin is within 10 feet of its owner, it provides them with a +2 charisma bonus to persuasion checks. That's fucking awesome. It's a little pug dragon. I love them. Dragonate. Ooh. Oh, Dragon Gnat. Those are little tiny dragons that can create giant swarms. That's fucking terrifying. So yeah. Oh yeah, and then different adventures that can go into this as well. So if we go back to the glossary, yeah, so we have the Hand of the Dragon, the Dragon Cults, Dragon Hunting, Dragon Parts Economy, Enhanced Spells, Arrow Combat, Magic Items, and then we have some one-shots as well. So you got some Kobolds, you got some Draken, so it's a race of dragon humanoid creatures. Dragon Mutations. So for the Draken, that music looks like swelled and then died. Dragon Cults and the different members of them. Hunting for dragons and the different parts of the dragon, what you can get from them and how much they can be sold for. What is the fail rate of harvesting such a thing? And then using dragon components to enhance your spells. So for example, Acid Arrow. If you switch out, so normally Acid Arrow has powdered rhubarb leaf and an adder stomach. If you replace that with black dragon horn shavings from the book, the damage of that spell increases by 1d4. So what else we got? Let's look at the spell. Oh, I don't know. We'll just look through. Here we go. Featherfall. That's a fun spell. So Featherfall is for 1 minute, you fall at a rate of 60 feet per round. But if you replace, or if you add to your casting, the sliver of dragon wing, you can actually levitate for 2d4 rounds. So you can actually choose to fall no feet per round. That's pretty cool. Casting Dark Vision while you have a portion of a dragon eye can make the effect last until a long rest. So yeah, stuff that's really cool in here. If you want to run a campaign where dragons are very prominent, maybe you have something where your party is hunting dragons, or maybe they're partnering with dragons, or possibly both. Maybe your players are working with good dragons to fight back against evil dragons. You know, you can really play into that with this book. Some really cool magic items. Cloak of the Dragon, Dragon Staff. What do we got else? Morning Star of Malady. Ring of Dragon Armor. Protects the wearer from Red Dragon's fire breath. A white ring protects the wearer from a white dragon's cold breath, and so on. That's cool. And then, yeah, we got some one-shot adventures in here. We got Hold My Beer, which looks like a big carnival. And I'm guessing that during it, a dragon shows up. We got the Dragon Hunt, meant for levels 8 to 12. I know you can't see that there, but this is meant for players 8 to 12. Beautiful art. I keep saying that, but I love the art in these books. Oh, look at that. We got a full-on ship. And then, yeah, got some NPCs in the back. And then we have the afterword by Jeff Ashworth, the guy who's put a lot of these together. So there you go. If you're really into dragons and you want to run a campaign where dragons are a big part of it, this book can definitely help you. It has a lot of awesome stuff in it. You know, like I said, it has full Dragon Rider class, small Drake and monsters, Puggins, which are basically just dragon pets. The Hand of the Dragon, we have the Race, the Draken, Cults, Dragon Hunting, Dragon Parts, Enhanced Spells, Aerial Combat, Magic Items, some one-shots, and then a lot of fucking dragons in there. So, I haven't used this one as much. I definitely picked this one up more just to complete my collection. So that is there. This, up next, this was the second book I got in this collection. This very much goes hand in hand with this one, the Great Book of Random Tables and the Game Master's Book of Astonishing Random Tables. I'm not going to go too deep into this. It's exactly what you think it is. This is a book of random tables. Depending on what you need at any given time, this book has you covered. You know, do you need world building? So it has an entire thing of random tables for world building, for building sessions with random encounters, side quests, skill challenges, environmental hazard, traveling complications, spell scrolls, positive and negative potion effects, items with personalities, teleportation gone wrong, pickpocketing, gifts and curses, dreams, nightmarish dreams. Let's look at that. I like nightmares. Gotta go one more page. There we go. Nightmarish dreams. You become aware music is around you. A high society party is in full swing, and you stand in the middle of the festivity, stark naked. People begin to laugh and jeer at you as you shrink. The mocking laughter accelerates the rate at which you shrink until you disappear, only for the same scene to begin once again. I don't know if I'd say that's necessarily nightmarish, but like... Oh, actually, this one already sounds like it. You realize you're trapped in a bubble full of murky water. You try to swim to the outside, only to find that the bubble moves with you and you can't reach the perimeter. Water fills your lungs as you panic and black out. You feel your death will occur, only to awaken once more in the same place, with no air and no hope. Now that's a nightmare. That's a trigger warning for anybody who doesn't like drowning. But that's a nightmare. That's one of those things where if you're really fucking with your players, that's the kind of shit that you like pull out of pocket from this book. And it's like, you have this dream. You are in a bubble. You swim to the edge. It never moves. It moves with you. You can feel the water filling your lungs. Every gasp of breath gone, stolen from you. That's sick. What else we got? We got Strange Mutations, Reincarnation, Heraldry and Crests. 204. What do we got on Heraldry and Crests? So let's roll a d20 for this one. 11. A large gold key sitting diagonally across an open book on a field of emerald green. Okay, that sounds cool. So a field of emerald green with a book and a key sitting atop it. The green makes me think of elves or the Fae. Oh, you know what? If it's Fae and it's a large gold key sitting across an open book, I wonder if that could be like the symbol of a guild of Fae wizards. Like, that could be a symbol for something that is, you know, on a chest or something like that. Like, it could be, you know, their organization of like elven wizards. That's something. And else we got? We got drinking and carousing. We got different games, songs, drink names, unintended criminal acts, ships and shipwrecks, strange things to find in a shipwreck. And then we got the weird, the wild, and the random. We got weirdos, hermits, and wanderers, streets, hags in their lairs. I wouldn't touch that. What's on that one? 220. Things you definitely shouldn't touch. Let's roll. 17. A small, quick-moving red dot that shines on a nearby wall. Touching the item removes all the bones in your hand for 24 hours. The tingles as your bones grow back are very uncomfortable. Ugh. That makes my carpal tunnel hurt. Yeah, so like I said, I'm not going to go too heavy into this one. This is another awesome book. This one was actually just put out this year. This was released in June. And this one actually has another contribution by Jim Davis of WebDM. So yeah. Really awesome stuff in here. Plus, also, again, there's pretty much one-shots in each one of these. There's like 3 one-shots in the back. So if you're interested in that, you can, you know, jump into some adventures with any one of these. Oh, Jesus. Now my dog's downstairs screaming because I banged my microphone stand. And this is the one that I was kind of like up about because I just got this yesterday. This just released 2 days ago. Or no, yesterday, sorry. This just released yesterday. I just got it in the mail yesterday. I was super excited. I've been waiting for this one because this, I saw one page of this and it made me want to get it. And it was this: Nicodemus, the Vermin King. Werebeasts are already an uncommon sight in the region of Klein. The land is relatively featureless, and its population lives a simplistic life. In terms of adventure and danger, it is as bare as the farms in winter. Ever rarer is the sight of Nicodemus, the Vermin King. Once a simple villager living in the swamp regions of Klein, his life turned upside down when he stumbled upon an opossum that had been mauled to death by a werewolf. Or at least, Nicodemus thought it was dead. A normally fearful and timid marsupial, the creature was playing dead right before it finally expired and lashed out at Nicodemus with its last breath, leaving him permanently scarred. By the next low moon, Nicodemus transformed into a beast the likes of which the world had never seen, a werepossum. He was quick to adapt to his new circumstance. Well, quick is probably inaccurate. He ambled, moseyed, found his strut, and played dead when he had to in order to survive. He explored the swamps, finding what vermin he could and spreading his curse amongst their population: rats, raccoons, and marsh rabbits. By the following year, Nicodemus had accrued a small army of werevermin, and he was their king. And much like a king, he never lifted a finger, as one element of his personality remained unhinged despite the opossum blood flowing through his veins. True crippling cowardice. By the king's command, the chaotic battalion of werevermin swiftly began pulling their talons for sneaking, grabbing, and running away to good use, looting small and shiny things from local villages. Folks living in hamlets and stopovers of Klein would notice small odds and ends missing: jewelry, gold pouches, and even the leavings of the last night's meal. Before he knew it, Nicodemus was living large, sitting atop a throne of stolen shinies and refuse, rolling over his force of werevermin with an iron paw. He has no intention of slowing down or speeding up. I love this book. I have been waiting for this one because these can be changed. The first design I had for this character, for Nicodemus, was a king turned into an opossum. But he when he was like ushered away from his whole kingdom, he just formed a new kingdom underground because now gold was bigger, food was bigger. I love this. We got a full stat block. We have his werevermin stat block. And then we just have a bunch of other stuff. Waldrick, the cannibal cleric. Paetus, the dryad. The child. Thalen, the forest master. Brezik, Mercator, the warlock of the crown. Harkon, the red. Ishmael Grace, master of chains, and so on and so on. Vatsi, the decider. There's one really cool one that I will show. Oh yeah, Yamog the cave master was pretty cool. Where is it? Here it is, the Desolate Grim. This is basically the monster I'm putting into my library campaign. So this one is like this is a monster birthed out of like horrors and nightmares, and it has a baller ass stat block. It has an ability called Indescribable Horror. The Desolate Grim is an aberrant, nightmarish creature that accosts the minds of those who see it with horrific visions of doom and despair. When a creature starts its turn within 20 feet of the Desolate Grim and can see one of its many eyes, the Desolate Grim can force the creature to make a DC 16 intelligence save. On a successful save, they are accosted by brief, nightmarish, walking nightmares and takes 2d6 psychic damage. On a failed save, the creature reels from the sudden comprehension of the vision, taking 3d6 psychic damage, and must succeed a DC 16 wisdom saves or be incapacitated until the start of its next round. If it fails this save by 5 or more, it is frightened of the Desolate Grim for 1 hour. Yeah, the Desolate Grim can't be affected by any spell of 2nd level or lower unless it chooses to be, and has advantage on all other spells and magical effects of 6th level or lower. It can move through spaces as small as 1 inch. Yeah, it has amazing abilities, and I cannot wait to use it against my players in that campaign. Oh, also, we got some, like, magic items, like 2 weapons, the Grim Blade and the Desolate Ammunition, and then the Mind Bleak Draft. And then we also have some smaller monsters, some like DC or CR 1/2 creatures that I can like throw at my players to really like scare the shit out of them, like the Haunted and the Terror. Love this book. So yeah, really cool characters in here. These are just some like full-on big bads. If you're like wanting to write a campaign and you want a well fleshed out big bad NPC, pick up this book. It is so worth it. Villains, minions, and their tactics, because it lays everything out for you. And then further into the book, we have general tactics of creatures about how to figure out what monsters know how to fight. There's actually a book out there. If I can find it. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was called. So, is there much comparison to Mini Dungeon Tomb? No. I wouldn't. These have nothing to do with to the Mini Dungeon Tome. I mean, the Mini Dungeon Tomes are more just like, I would say if anything, the Encounters book has more to do with Mini Dungeon Tome. You could utilize this to like you could replace a big bad in one of the Mini Dungeon Tome adventures, but like these are far more fleshed out than what you would need for that, being that those are really just for one shots and stuff. But you could use this to, I meant the entire what? What do you mean? The entire part of that collection. What like the Game Master books? Because I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, the book you're just no, not really. The Mini Dungeon Tome is a just loose collection of one shots that are just they contain everything you need to know about the adventure right therein. But don't really like these have like nothing to do with them, and there's really not much that any of these books would really compare to them. Mini Dungeon Tome is just a slew of one-shots that are just compiled together as part of the Adventure a Week website. So, but with this particular section, this very much reminded me of this book series by Kevin Amen, which is called The Monsters Know What They're Doing: Combat Tactics for Dungeon Masters. This is a book that basically outlines how to best decide what the monsters in a combat situation are going to do. Because the thing is, a lot of DMs, when they are having a combat encounter go on, they will try and be, kind of selective about who their monsters attack. Okay? A lot of times when if a goblin downs, or if an enemy downs a player, in a lot of cases, that character or that NPC is going to move away from them and not finish the job. But in a lot of cases, those monsters would finish the job. They would outright kill them. But on top of that, monsters also are smart about how they attack creatures. If there is a healer in the party, or there is a mage in the party that's casting fireball, in most cases, they're going to want to focus as much firepower against the squishy mage to get them out of combat as quickly as possible. Okay, they're going to swarm them and do what they can to take them out. Now, bigger creatures in the party are going to focus on the bigger players, because they're the ones that can handle them and they don't want them going through all the minions. But this general tactics kind of gives you an idea about that, and it's very similar to the book The Monsters Know What They're Doing: Combat Tactics for DM, which is actually a part of a series. So Live to Tell the Tale: Combat Tactics for Player Characters, Monsters Know What They're Doing More, and How to Defend Your Lair. This is all different parts about, how to be a more tactful DM when fighting your players. Isn't that a game mechanic that... No, not at all. That is a great... Monsters not attacking downed players is out of the good graces of a dungeon master. That is all that is. That is because the dungeon master doesn't want to outright kill a player character. If an owlbear downs a character, they might not maliciously go in and rip their throat out. Okay. The barbarian the fighter is now down. They're not moving. So the owlbear is going to move on to another threat. But if you have an orc that ran up to the wizard and sliced him in the back and dropped him, and that orc has another attack, he's going to try and finish off the job because he just watched the cleric heal the ranger and get them back up. So that orc is going to do what he can to keep that wizard down, or to stop them from attacking. Because what do monsters want to do? In most cases, they want to fight. They want to defeat these players for whatever reason. Maybe, the players came into their lair and they're defending it. Maybe these NPCs are doing work for somebody that the players are against, so they come in and attack. But the monsters are going to do that, because that is why there are actually mechanics for attacking a player who is down. There are game mechanics for monsters that attack down PCs, and that is that. Let's look. It's in the player's handbook, I believe. Rules, books. It's either Player's Handbook or the Dungeon Master Guide. We'll do 2. There we go. So, if a player is downed, if you take any damage while you have 0 hit points, you suffer a death saving throw. If the damage is from a critical hit, you suffer 2 saves. Now, here's the thing, okay? Let's look at the condition. Is it in here? Does it say it? Death saving throws. Yeah, okay. So, if damage reduces you to 0 hit points but fails to kill you, you fall unconscious, okay? So here we go. You are dropped to 0 hit points. You fall unconscious. You drop whatever you're holding, and you fall prone. What is the specific about prone? Prone is that creatures have advantage on attacks against you when they're within 5 feet. So that creature is going to get advantage on their attacks. But being unconscious means that any attack that hits you is a critical hit if the creature's within 5 feet. So that means that not only are they going to have advantage on the attack against you, if it hits, it's a critical hit. And that means you get 2 failed saving throws. There are mechanics that explain what happens when you take damage at 0 hit points. Not that there's a mechanic that monsters don't attack down PCs. Because why would you? The monsters want to kill the players. That's their whole job. So yeah, I mean, that's there. And that's why, and in a lot of cases, most DMs aren't going to play into that, though. Most DMs don't want to have to, kill a player because of a bad die roll, okay? Player deaths should be felt. They should be grandiose. They should be at the fault of the player, okay? So, for example, if the players are standing on the side of a mountain and they're having to walk a thin path around it, and they're moving it like half speed because it's difficult terrain, and there's a rickety bridge, a rope bridge that's going across, and they have to get to the other side of the mountain, and the players decide, okay, we have to do this, we have no other way, and one of the players, goes over and they fail their acrobatics check, or they fail their dexterity save or their athletics check, and suddenly the rope snaps in their hands and they fall to their death, okay? The players at that point may have built up to that moment where they're having, this is the only way to get over to this other thing, okay? And one of the players has just fallen to their death, okay? Now, you might have a DM that says, okay, maybe this was an ungracious, a fall, or maybe they were pushed, or maybe one of the other players did something to fuck them over, and they might allow them to survive. At the bottom, maybe there's a bunch of thorns and stuff, and their body is down there, and they can yell out, and, the rest of the party can try and figure out a way down into the ravine. But the player's death should mean something, and the fear of death should be there. So, but I personally don't like deaths where it's you open up a chest, and inside that chest is a spear, and it shoots out, and it does, 117 points of damage. You die. I would never want to do something like that. Anytime that I would ever have a player death, I would want it to be something where, okay, the players had a choice in this matter. They were given an opportunity to do something or this thing that led to their death, and they chose that thing. Okay? Now, if in that situation of a chest with a spear coming out of it, if they walked into a room and they saw an open chest with a spear coming out and a skeleton slid onto the front of it, and the skeleton lifted off when the players entered and then came over to attack, and maybe there's like 2 of them like that in the room, and the skeletons lift off the spears and go over and attack the players, then the players should realize when there's a 3rd chest in the room that opening that chest might have a spear inside of it. And maybe they should stand off to the side when they open it. You know, or that maybe they should mage hand it open. You know, but if they see those things and they're like, okay, whatever, I go up and I open the chest. Okay, fine. You open the chest. You know, this thing shoots out. It hits you. It does 50-some points of damage. Well, that kills me. Okay, you should have seen the other chests there with the skeletons that were attached to them. You know, it's... Death should be a thing in D&D games. It should never be a trick. You know, and if it is the result of a bad roll, well then, hey, sometimes the dice tell the story, not the DM. But yeah, like I said, I really like this book. I've just started reading through it. Like I said, I only got it yesterday. I haven't read through the whole thing, so I haven't even gotten. I've only read a couple of the main monsters in here, and I haven't really dug through all of the tactics yet. But one of the cool things in here is that it actually gives you, like, depending on what the monster is, it gives mechanics on them. Also, it does kind of explain, like, know what your players can do and know what, you know, they're good at and they're bad at. But, like, for example, let's just go somewhere further in. Oh, here, perfect. Duergar. Duergar recently came up in my my Rime of the Frost Maiden campaign. Now, I played my Duergar generally as, like, running at the players, throwing themselves at them, growing large, and really focusing on melee. So, let's see what this book actually says that a Duergar's tactic should be. Bruh, meme, bream. What's up, Zingy? So Duergar has 2 main roles, Sniper and Brute. Now what that means is Brute means they're great at dealing damage but also taking damage, the quintessential meat shield, and Sniper, quick striking abilities and rapid speed. Minion status. Minions of more powerful masters, perhaps drow in a subterranean or dungeon setting. So, what's good? I spent so much on D&D. Dude, I feel you. I'm going through a bunch of the books that I have, and this new book that I just got called Villains, Minions, and Tactics. Also, I was going through looking up all my Kickstarters today that I had to, like, update a bunch that I'm waiting on the stuff for. And I also signed up for, like, 2 more. Yeah, I have a lot. That and I have to go through and organize my entire mini dungeon tome. That's another thing. Because I got all the maps for it, finally. All 400 of them. Wait, what? All 400 of what? Oh, Kickstarters. Oh God, I don't even know how many Kickstarters I know I'm a super backer. I know I have that status. Hey! The Game Master's Guide to Proactive Role-Playing, baby! Hell yeah! This is the one I was gonna finish off with today. Fuck yeah, dude! That's awesome. I got this like a week or so ago. Hell yeah. This is the one that I brought up when I was talking about the Game Master's Compendium of Explosive Creation, how you can use this alongside that to like spur on role playing. This is a fucking great book. The only thing about this, and a 70 set, oh god, yeah, no thanks. Wait, you bought you bought the expansion kit. Volo's Guide, Xanathar's Guide, and Tasha's Cauldron. Yeah, you bought the everything pack. That's awesome. And a $70 set of dice. Do me a favor, post a picture of your dice over in the D&D&Chill channel in the subreddit. I want to see them. Yeah, love this book. I have been slowly reading through this one, but like once I got this, I was like, I have so much more I need to read now. Yeah, let me see actually how many Kickstarters have I backed. I'm currently sitting on 4 active. Let's see. Everything pack, is that the white box one? I don't know. Yes it is. Oh no, technically not if this is what he got. So this is the rule expansion gift set. This is not the same thing that he mentioned, unless Zingy meant to say Monsters of the Multiverse and not Volo's Guide to Monsters, because Volo's Guide to Monsters doesn't actually exist anymore. This is a thing. Volo's Guide to Monsters is an archived book that they don't use anymore. I don't even know if they list it on the website here. Yeah, I'm not even... Yeah, Volo's Guide to Monsters. Or wait, am I thinking of Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes? Oh, yeah, no, it is Volo. Yeah, it's both of these. Yeah, so what they did was when they came out with... when they came out with the... Mordenkainen Presents Monsters of the Multiverse, that replaced the other book. So, yeah, where the fuck is it? Here it is. So yeah, Mordenkainen Presents Monsters of the Multiverse. This is the book that replaced Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes and Volo's Guide to Monsters. And they just stopped selling these. Like, this is legacy content. So they've changed the lore, they've altered stuff, and now it's Mordenkainen's. That's actually why in like the bestiary here on 5e.tools, it's a pain in the ass, but that's why a lot of times you'll see stuff like, oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Right here, yeah, Velociraptor. Velociraptor has the Volo's Guide to Monsters version, but also has the Monsters of the Multiverse version. And for the most part, they're pretty much the same. It's just this, the newer one has, you know, different terms that are added into it. Build your own set. Yeah, that's exactly it. Ugh. Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy they got rid of all that. Ooh, what is that? Oh, wait, I've seen that before. Is this the other one? No, that's just not the special edition one. The Volos ones I got was such good condition. Nice. That's pretty decent. Yeah, I don't know. I stopped buying books after... I stopped buying the source books after a point. I still have... Tales from the Yawning Portal, Rise of Tiamat, Horde of the Dragon Queen, Icewind Dale. I have the special edition of Baldur's Gate and Phandelver and Below. I wanted that Phandelver and Below. It looks so fucking cool. And I have the PHB, the DMG, the Monster Manual, Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, Volo's Guide, Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes, and Xanathar's Guide to Everything. And I kind of stopped buying physical books at that point because I was buying them on D&D Beyond, and I bought just the Legendary pack. So it really didn't matter to me having a physical version. But funny enough, recently I have been starting to go back in and buying like physical versions of books. In fact, a lot of the things that I have backed in time, I have gone back through and bought physical versions of them. So, yeah, I have a lot of Kickstarters that I've backed over time, and I'm still sitting on 3 of them. In fact, if anybody is curious, if you're curious on any of the Kickstarters that I'm currently backing, I prefer... Yeah, I get that. I totally do. I prefer PDF versions because I do a lot of my prep and planning and playing online. And I like to be able to have a PDF version, especially if I'm like broadcasting something. But it is nice to be able to sit down with a book and just read it. Oh, here's the dice. Very sick. Very sick. That's awesome. I like the hollow design of them. That's really cool. Hell yeah, man. Hey, by the way, nice Red Dragon keyboard in the background of that. I know that keyboard. Is that an S101? Dude, is that an S101 keyboard? Is that like the old school one with the flared bottom and all? Trying to track it down. Larry picked it up at Best Buy. I was like, this looks cool. Look at the bottom side of it. Do me a favor. Look at the bottom side of it. Let me know what the what it is. Because that flared bottom is connected, which makes me believe that that's an S101. Yeah, yeah, that's right. So I have a Red Dragon keyboard, a 1013. Okay, so I have a Red Dragon mouse. I have, hold on. I have Red Dragon headphones. These are HyperX, but I have the Red Dragon version. I have suckling at the teat of the Red Dragon. Yeah, I have the Yeah, 596 RGB with custom keycap. Oh god, you can't even see it. There you go. With custom keycaps that are red and black, that are kind of hard to read, but once you finally figure it out, I like this one because it has like a spinner up on the top. It has a knob, and it also has a magnetic wrist rest. But it's plastic, and I don't like that. And then I got this little guy, which is the Polix. I waited so long for this damn keyboard, and I got it. I love the footprint of it, but I absolutely cannot use it. So this is the Polix. It's kind of hard to see. Hold on. Turn this off for a moment. There we go. Break the illusion. This is the Polix. Okay. It's a 60% keyboard, so it doesn't have the F-row, but it has the, oh, yeah, I guess I could use the other camera. Hold on. Hey, there we go. There we go. Yeah, Polix. It's a 60% keyboard because, like, this would be a normal 60%, and that's what, you know, what this is down here. Well, this is a 65%. But this is supposed to be like a 65% keyboard, but it has the numpad. This is something I've wanted, okay? Because I like a 65% keyboard. This is my daily driver, okay? This is my baby. This is my drop alt. I absolutely love it. I have the Diablo keycap set on it, even though I really can't stand Diablo right now. But this is my drop alt. And earlier, I was just using it. I also have a numpad that I keep tucked away. I use this only occasionally, but it's nice to have whenever I need to type something. Plus, I also have like my custom keycap on there, and like my custom D&D one. I also have a custom ghost keycap as well. But I keep this tucked away, but it would be nice to have one on there. And I got this, and I was like, oh, it's Red Dragon. I love the brand. It would be nice. But here's the problem, okay? Here's the problem with it. My drop alt is made of aluminum. It's sturdy. I can twist this all I want, and there is no flexure in this keyboard, okay? It also has magnetic feet rests, which I love to play with whenever it's like sitting down, and I'll sit there and like play with them. This thing is made of plastic, and like you can see just how much I can warp this thing. Like, that to me is just uncalled for. If I would actually want to use this keyboard, I would need to replace this entire outer shell with something else that's metal, like aluminum or steel. I would also have to get, like, I'd have to bust out the other caps. What's up, Ms. Roy? I'd have to bust out the other caps. I would, to finish this off, because that might actually be what's on there. And then I would also need to get a bunch more of my custom key switches, because this just has, like, shitty-ass reds in it, where I built custom key switches for this keyboard. This keyboard uses very, very specific key switches that I built and designed. So they're very silent. I have a D&D question, since you're a D&D nerd and I want to make books useful. What do you think about allowing players to read these books and either gain advantage on certain rolls or gain a proficiency? What books? What books are you referring to? You mean like the monster books? Like Volo's Guide and all of them? While you answer that, I'm gonna go put these away. No, like an in-game book. Oh, yeah. I mean, you could, if you wanted to do that. I would say you would want to be specific about what it is they could read. Like, for example, I would not recommend giving them a book that is like, you know, Monsters of the Multiverse, and giving them advantage on like rules to track and do that with like everything. But if your players were specifically going after like elementals or celestials or fays or fiends, then you could have them go to if they wanted to, they could go to a library, they could find a book about that, and then I would make them do two things. One, they would have to make like an intelligence check to see how well they retain the information, because a lot of libraries aren't just going to let you, like, a library might not just let you take a book with you because, you know, they want to retain that. So, like, you can read it there, or you can write down the information you want. But that's going to be the other aspect. Time, okay? If your players want to research and explore some of these monsters that they might be tracking or hunting or fighting, make it take time for them to read these books. Granted, there are some people out there that can read through a book this size in a matter of days, or probably hours. But there's more people out there that read through a book like this in like a week or two. Yeah, it just depends. Most libraries were private hold. Yeah. You didn't just go there and like, hey, I'm gonna, you know, take out this book. You could go there and you could write notes down. I have the two in a wilderness. The two I have now is a wilderness survival book, and then one about traps in dungeons. So, like, the survival one would give them either advantage on survival rolls or proficiency in the survival skill. Then the trap one would give them advantage. So I wouldn't. Here's the way that I would put it. Okay, here's the way that I would put it. What's up? What's up, man? How you doing? Found my Grimtooth's Traps book last week. Nice. So here's what I would maybe do. You could give them advantage on survival checks, if you wanted to go that route, or you could have it, because I would do it maybe similarly to like a charged item. Okay, maybe like once a day they can reference the book and gain advantage on something. You know, or you can have it just give whoever has the book is able to give somebody the help action. Okay, that's probably the way that I would maybe play it up, where if you have a wilderness survival book, you could have somebody who doesn't have proficiency in survival reading the book out to the person who's making the check and giving them the help action, which would give the person making the check advantage. So in a way, it's working towards the same goal you're doing, but it's actively involving somebody that doesn't have that proficiency. This way, you're not just giving out a free proficiency with a book, but at the same time, it's also something worthwhile and something that's able to be, played out. So if they have the book, they would gain a free help action. I would say okay. This plays into how I personally use the help action. So, for example, in my games, you can only use the help action for a skill if you are proficient in a skill. So I understand, like it says here, when you take the help action, you give them advantage on the next ability check that they make. In my campaigns and in my house rules, I have it be that you can only give the help action if you are proficient with something, because how are you helping if you don't know that skill? So for example, this could be with maybe not this character because he is proficient with it. But yes, that is the way that you could play into that, is that as long as you have that book, you can do a free help action, Exactly. Yeah. It's like, I'm going to read from the book. I'm going to read from this wilderness survival book. And I want to give them the help action. And you're kind of like reading along as they're doing the thing. Or like with the traps, where it's like, hey, I don't have proficiency in sleight of hand or in investigation. So for example, Brutus Bjorn here is not proficient in investigation. So for him, looking for a trap would not work. But if I had that book of traps, Brutus Bjorn could sit there and be like, all right, first you want to look around every crevice and every crack. Check the walls. Okay. Oh, you found it? All right, good. What is the color of the wire? And stuff like that. Like, it offers a role play scene, but yeah, that's how I would play it. Like, if you want to give it that kind of mechanic, that's the way that I would do it. I will say, as a player, if all of a sudden my player found a book on a specific topic, I would imagine the DM was trying to foretell the need. They could. Yeah. They could, or it could have been a book. It could have been a book gotten from something like a random table. Let's be real. Could happen. There's 10 tables of book names in this book. So if we roll a D10, let's roll a D20 and divide it by 2. All right, I got a 14, so this is going to be book titles number 7. And then we're going to roll a D100. $92. You found the book named The Candle of Destiny. I don't know what that's about, but that's what you found. What's 35? The Book of the Raven. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Yeah, you can, like I say, you play it up however you want, but that's how I would do it. Now, I do have a player in my Rhyme campaign that has a book that is monster parts. And it is this book, the Creature Loot Monster Manual Edition. So this has 90% of them, they mean nothing. Yeah, that's good. Fuck yeah, dude. Give them shit. And you know what? That right there In my opinion, that is giving your players 90% of the time shit that means nothing. That is the sign of a comfortable and confident DM. Okay? I fucking commend you for that. Because if you can give your players jack all and random shit that means nothing at the moment, you're letting your players determine what that means. And that can build into who knows what. Okay? Or it can spur on character growth and development. I did the same thing when my players in my library game visited a town that was run down and abandoned. They searched around it. In the well, one of the players wanted to explore the well, which had a strange, I described just randomly, a strange smell coming from the well. I rolled on a table of what was going to be in there. I knew I wanted to have a rotting goblin who had fallen down into the well at one time, and I rolled on the table and I got a bottle of wine. And my players brought it out and they're like, or it was like a bottle of ale. And my players are like, oh, like, is there like a hidden stash of ale around here? Like, is this something, does this mean anything? And then the players, they explored one of the buildings, and in the floorboards that were loose, they found a box. And in that box, I rolled on a table, and it was a bottle of wine and a map. It didn't say where the map led. It was just a map. So I had the map lead to a dungeon where these two people made this wine, and it was like a wine that was special in the area, and it like played into other things. Never would have happened if I didn't roll it up on the table. And that was the beautiful thing about it. It was just pure randomness that birthed into something new, and I loved it. So yeah, kudos to you, man, for having the confidence to just give them shit and letting them decide, or letting it grow into something down the line. I was also having these items in my back pocket in case I need. Yeah, that's exactly it. Potion making or sleeping pills. Well, yeah, I have that one. That's this document. Potion brewing and ingredient gathering. And it's a whole ass thing of stuff. Some of it I use and some of it I don't. Sleeping pills, for example. Right there. But yeah, for example, like with this book, the player that has this wants to harvest things from creatures. So at one point in their adventure, they killed a Remoraz. So he was able to, try and gather what he could from the Remoraz. He has to roll a nature check with a DC of 11. But if he succeeds, he can gather some of these items. Now, the thing is, the book doesn't give him any kind of benefits towards it, but it does give him the insight of what there is available and what different things can be. So, for example, if a random player killed a rock, okay, they might not know that the rock beak could be crafted into a great axe or a helmet that gives them proficiency and perception checks, or that the talons can be used as war picks, or that the eye can be turned into eyes of the eagle and stuff like that. Like, they might not know, but because his character has this book, which was given to him by a long-time not hunter-gatherer, but a long-time tracker, it gives him that insight of what these things can be. What the fuck are these rings? Oh, I've seen these rings before. Actually, I almost bought a set of these. Look at these beautiful rings. I almost bought these. I went to a GameStop one time at a mall near me, and I almost bought these rings. They wouldn't have fit me, and I had no reason to buy them. But, like, that's adorable. A little ring of evasion. Ring of featherfall. A ring of animal influence, which in my campaigns, this is a familiar ring. And the ring of water walking. That looks so cool. God damn, if it wasn't like $70. I like giving randoms items, or like one time I had a ghoul or something guarding this sword in the castle, and my players just went wild because there was nothing special about the sword, but they were, but they had like crafted a whole narrative around the sword. Oh yeah, they're like, oh, it's probably this. Yeah, see, that's it, and that's the coolest thing about it is like, if you have creative players, if you have players that actually care about the adventure and are invested and give a shit, a lot of times you can just put a random thing there and make it mundane, and then your players will almost fill in the blanks for you. Like, you don't necessarily have to write out every detail about something, but you can just have it be that. My players at my library campaign did this not too long ago. It was maybe like 4 or 5 sessions ago, but they had gone down into this crypt. And in the crypt, it was overgrown by vegetation, except for this one room that held a coffin. Now, they had detected a trap that if they entered the room, there was a whatchamacallit, there was a trigger on the floor that if activated would have shot out poison, but there was a sword resting on this sarcophagus, and it was in the hands of a skeleton. And there was no vegetation around this room, and that was just because that's the way that the dungeon was described in the module I was running. So I was describing this, and my players were like, why is there no vegetation around it? And I was like, well, what do you mean? And they're like, well, you said there's vegetation like out here and here and here, but there's none around this. And I was like, oh yeah, no, there's no vegetation around this room. And they're like, oh. They're like, I wonder if this was somebody that, like, if there's like an aura around this skeleton or around this sword. And I was like, in my mind, I'm like, oh, maybe what if there is? And so they used Mage Hand to pick up the sword from the skeleton, and the skeleton arms break off and they draw the sword over. Now, in the book, in the module I was running, it was just supposed to be a +2 longsword. That's all it was. It was a +2 longsword, nothing else special beyond that. But when they started bringing that up about, like, could this have like an aura about it, I was like, I really like this. So I called it, I completely changed what it was, and it is now the Sword of Dryad's Bane. And the way that it works is, while attuned to the sword, there is a 15-foot aura that extends from it, that any plant creature in that area has disadvantage on attacks against the creature wielding the sword, and the wielder of the sword has advantage on plant creatures. Also, plants and vegetation cannot grow within that 15-foot aura. So, for example, something like entangle or plant growth, this sword impedes that. And it's something, or maybe, no, it's not, it was not 15 feet. It was 10 feet. It was 10 feet. So this was just something that, like, when my players were like, oh, maybe this thing, like is keeping the plants at bay. Maybe there's an aura. In my mind, I went, fuck yeah, there is. That's a cool ass. That's so much better than a +2 longsword. Are you kidding me? So it's a +1. Now it's a +1 longsword known as the Sword of Dryad's Bane that can be used against plant-like creatures. Now, granted, they have already fought a slew of plant creatures, but they were like, oh, this would have been so good against like all these, vine blights that we fought earlier. And I was like, I know, right? Crazy. Yeah. So that was that's fun. It's fun whenever you have players that have that kind of like thinking about it, and you can kind of play off of them just as much as they play off of you. That's the mean where a player has it figured out. Yeah, that's it. It's players can oftentimes find answers that you didn't even think about, and that's the coolest thing about them. I think I put overemphasis on the talking medical book, but I don't care. It feels accurate to the character. What do you mean you put overemphasis on the book? Oh, I'll let you answer that while I look over these real quick. Because actually, yeah, I do want to share these up, making it more than intended. I mean, it is what it is. It's, I mean, the book offers you, once a day advantage on a medicine check. I mean, that's the mechanical aspect of it. You can't get more out of it mechanically than that. Like, the book can't give you anything more than that, like if you're mechanically. So, but like role-playing wise, it can do stuff. Like, it can relay to you information. Like, suddenly I got a way to make sleep pills. That's just because in that moment, I did not have you make the medicine check. That was literally it. Like, in my mind, I just did not have you roll the medicine check to make the sleeping pills because I wanted to hand wave that scenario through faster. So it was like, you already knew how to make like calming stuff. You had the dream lily. You had the book. You were going to have advantage. The DC was going to be low because the DC for making those is not very high. But that's it. Like, I would have had you roll a medicine check, but it would have just been, like DC 10, and you would have succeeded that. I mean, in RP, I asked Hassa for help, and he offered up a way to. Yeah, that was essentially the once a day. You can approach him about something. That was what that was. Now, had you done that there, and then like, later on was like, oh, hey, what are all the different things that I can do with sleepweed pods, or that I can do with, suicide mushrooms and stuff like that you wouldn't have been able to do because, his use would have been up. But, as for the role play, that's always something that can come and go. So going back to the book thing, how long would you say it should take for a player to read it? Should I base it on intelligence, like higher intelligence characters will be able to read them faster or have a better chance of getting the information? Or should I simply do, if you have the book, you can... Personally, I would... Personally, I would probably do it where if you have the book, you can do this thing. That is how I would do it. I'm trying to find, I think it's this. Okay, yeah, this is the one I was looking for. Okay. So, for example, the Book of Exalted Deeds is an artifact item, but it has the requirement, once the book is open, the attuned character must spend 80 hours reading and studying the book to digest its contents and gain its benefits. Now, the thing is that once this book has been read, okay, it closes. Okay, other creatures that peruse the book's opening can read the text, but glean no deeper meaning and can reap no benefits. Okay, this is the main thing. So it's like one player who is attuned to this can open it, can read it, and they gain the benefits of this. They get a +2 to their wisdom. Any spell slot that is of cleric or paladin spell is like 1 slot higher and stuff like that. But the thing is that it's like you have to spend 80 hours. So you could put on some kind of limitation like that, like a hard stance limitation of you need to spend 40 hours reading this book. Okay. And you could obviously do so during downtime. Literally downtime explains that you can read a book during that. So, maybe your character is, it's 2 hours every night, and that is, that's what it is. And if it's 40 hours, it's going to take 20 days for them to get that benefit. Now, obviously, short rests, that could be an hour each time. And obviously, if your players are walking from one place to another and it's going to be 2 days of travel, then that's time that they could be reading that. Now, obviously, if they're reading a book while traveling, they don't get to roll for perception checks when something happens because they're focused on something else. You could also put it in where, like, if they're reading it and something interrupts them, they lose that hour, or they lose like an hour of reading because their mind is now like lost and flustered. So you could like keep it lower. You could keep it 20 hours, and just have that system in play. Or you could have it just be whoever has the book is able to, I would rule it out like this. In my games, if I was doing this, if you have the book, you are able to use the help action as a bonus action to when someone else is making a survival check or an investigation check regarding traps. That's what I would do. I would make it a bonus action to be that you're able to give the help action. Or if you want to go even further and you want to make it a free action, that they are able to do the free action. They're able to do the help action as a free action regarding survival checks and investigation checks made regarding traps. So it's up to you. Anyway, it'll work, and you'll manage it. All right, so I want to kind of brought these up, and I'm going to go through them real quick because talking about like different resources is, and the different things that I've backed on Kickstarter has got me in the mindset of like, hey, go and do these things. I want to show you the 4 Kickstarters that are currently active that you could go and support if you so chose. Excuse me. So, this is 100 unique taverns. I saw this one. I forget where. Why is it not pulling up the... There we go. Igor Antunes, I believe, is the creator. But this book is basically a bunch of different taverns that have explanations about their backgrounds, their owners, their staff, the decor, different things that could happen there. Some really cool looking dungeon or taverns as well. So I actually, there was a point in time when myself and Ryan Doyle and another member of this server, my mind is blanking on me. Nacho Man. Folks around here probably know Nacho Man. The three of us, before Ryan Doyle decided to before Ryan Doyle decided to do the Game Master's Compendium of Explosive Creation, the three of us, myself, Ryan, and Nacho Man, we were actually planning on doing our own book that was going to be called You Met in a Tavern. And it was going to be a slew of taverns that each one had their own like setting and decor and staff and all that, very similar to what is in this book, but each one of them was going to have a full-on like a full-on adventure that went with it, like a full-on one-shot that went with it. Isn't Twisted Tavern supposed to be like taverns you can have? Yes. And so that's the thing. Twisted Taverns is definitely very much the same thing. Let me see if I can... Yeah, here. Copy, transform. Control Shift V. There we go. So yeah, Twisted Taverns is definitely very similar to the thing we wanted to do. You know, no lie, it's, yeah. I don't know if we can compare this to Twisted Taverns. So that's the thing, like, the Twisted Taverns was all about, in my opinion, more fantastical, like, taverns. Okay, they were all taverns that had very, like, wild and crazy things. You know, it's each one of them had, you know, all these different things that go with it. You know, like, they were so elaborate, and the ideas that we had, I mean, like, look at this, and in my opinion there was only one that was like more simple and like homely, and it was the Nordic one, which I don't even know how far down that is. We're getting there. Nope. There. This one. By the Frost. So this was like a really cool dungeon. This was really cool tavern. It was like in the north. It's basically made of, it's just like your standard longhouse. And then there is like a little adventure that goes along with it. The problem that I had with this, and not even necessarily like a major problem or anything like that, but the problem that I didn't like about it was that like each one is like very specific to an area. The thing that I wanted was a book of taverns that you could supplant anywhere. Okay, and sure, we would have had ones where it was like, oh, this one is in, here's like 5 of them that could be in the Feywild. Here's 5 of them that could be in the Shadowfell. Here's, you know, maybe 2 or 3 of them that could be in any one of the elemental planes. And here's 20 of them that could be in any realm in the D&D world. Or here's like 5 that are Elven inspired, and 5 that are Dwarven inspired, 5 that are Gnomish and Halfling and Tiefling and all these different things, but having each one of them have a little bit of a different feel, but not so different that you couldn't just, oh, you guys are traveling and you come across this inn, known as, the Rusty Flagon. That was one of them that we came up with. And the whole idea of the Rusty Flagon, I don't even have my notes for it anymore. Or if I think I don't think I have the notes for it anymore. Oh wait, maybe I do. Maybe I do. Oh wait, do I? I do. Here it is. Okay, so I don't have a way to put this up on screen, but the Rusty Goblet. This tavern is a favorite amongst locals and adventurers alike. It's known for its hearty stews and strong ale. The walls are decorated with rusty swords and shields. It has its 3 patrons and NPCs. Gristle, the gruff half-orc bartender who serves up the tavern's famous ale and stews. Lirin, the lively halfling cook who makes sure the tavern's kitchen runs smoothly, and Kethra, the friendly human waitress who knows all the regulars by name. The Quest, a local farmer seeks the party's help in rescuing his daughter from a group of goblin raiders who have taken her captive in a nearby cave system. The Cook recently had a shipment of supplies raided and might know the way to the cave. There it is. You could drop that anywhere in the realm. Okay, super simple, straightforward, but the details of the Rusty Flagon, is built into having that like theme on the walls of, okay, here's a place that has rusty swords and shields on the walls. Those items are not rusted in them like when they're first put up there, but things rust there faster. Why? Well, maybe there's magic to the place. Okay, and I think we were gonna play it up where like the Rusty Flagon is that there's like rust mites in the walls that like eat the metal and like turn it rusty, kind of like rust monsters, but ones that don't eat them per se, but just turn them rusty. So yeah, that was one of them. And then what was the other one? Let me see what we got. The Blackened Cauldron. This tavern's located in a creepy old castle. It's known for its eerie atmosphere and its signature blackened stew. The patrons are often dark wizards and witches. The patrons and NPCs. Morgath, the creepy necromancer who owns the tavern and makes the signature blackened stew. Galena, the enigmatic tiefling bartender who can mix up any potion or poison. And Zane, oh god, what the hell did I type in there? I don't even know what that word is, and I frickin' wrote it. Tacturn? Oh, yes, right. I looked up different words for mute. Yeah, the mute human server who has a dark secret. Yeah, and then the quest there, the party's hired by a group of villagers to investigate a series of mysterious disappearances. The trail leads to the Blackened Cauldron, where the necromancer owner may be using dark magic to summon creatures from far beyond the grave. So, yeah, just a fun little play on different things, where you could drop these taverns in anywhere. But the other thing that I wanted out of it was to have a table of different aspects of a tavern that you could roll up on a table. So for example, you could have like an entire table of appearances, an entire table of owner names and races and backgrounds and stuff like that. So it wasn't anything that ever flourished out of it, and I messaged them the one day and I was like, I think about this often, and they do too. It's just nothing we have time to coordinate with. Unfortunately, Nacho lives, I think, over in New Zealand, so it's, our time frames don't really work well. But hey, who knows? Maybe one day. What if I do that? What if I do that players can use their book to gain a free help action, but they have to succeed on like a perception or whatever check looking into the book? Is there a chance for failure? And they might not. Okay, if you want to do that, Zingy, I would say, on a successful in like DC 15 intelligence check, I would make it intelligence. I would either make it investigation or perception, whatever you would want to do, because technically speaking, you're looking through the book. You're looking for details. That's investigation. Perception would be just like you look at the book. Okay. So to me, it would be investigation, which is why maybe a wizard who is the book mage would have a better time of getting this information. If you wanted to do that, I would say on a successful, DC 15 investigation check, you are able to give the help action as a free action on, one of these skills. Now, the only thing I would be careful about with that is, make sure that the DC's not super crazy high, because if you are putting it behind. If you're putting behind the ability to help behind a check or, a failable thing, your players might not be so inclined to use it, because if the person who... What's the matter, Bo? If the person who's wanting to give the help doesn't have a high investigation, they might just give it to the wizard, and the wizard is now the only one that's going to be doing it. So it's up to you. In my opinion, I would say, because it's so, you could make it more specific of like, it can be a survival check made to track animals, or to like look up certain things, like make it more specific. And when you make it more specific, then you can like alleviate some of the restrictions on it. But if it is just in general, like, oh, this gives you advantage on all survival checks and all investigation checks, then yeah, you need to put a charge on that, or you need to put some kind of limitation on it. But if it's just like, this is a wilderness survival book and it lets you give advantage to somebody making a check, I would say, because you're having to use your thing, maybe just make it a bonus action. Because then it can be done in combat. It can be done in initiative. So, yeah. But yeah, so that's a little bit about this 100 unique taverns. So 1-page taverns with plot hooks, NPCs. I'm looking forward to this one. I think, yeah, I was only getting the, that's right. This was only in a PDF. They weren't even doing like a full book. So very much the thing that I wanted to do, but somebody else can do it. So there we go. So if you are curious about that, if you want to get your hands on that project, there is that Kickstarter, Unique Taverns and Their Keepers. This one, which still has 2 weeks to go. This is D&D Potion Craft, Ultimate D&D Module to Alchemy and Brewing. This is one that I saw on like a stream or something that somebody was talking about. Yeah, it has, I can't spell, 36,750 plus potion combinations. So basically, this is making your own potions, okay? You choose your base, you add a modifier, you introduce a catalyst to activate it, and then you name it and discover the results. Currently, I want to say, I think it's fully funded. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. This was only $52. We're up to $1,100. 191 backers. So that means that we are a few backers away from getting 20 extra ingredients. And this ends in about 2 weeks, so we still have plenty of time. Yeah, you can get the PDF or the print at cost. I wasn't going to get the hard copy for this one. But yeah, so I'm very curious about it. I'm very interested to know what it's going to look like. Yeah. And I think it's also system agnostic too. I don't think it's like, I know it's like D&D, but I think from somebody who was talking about it was saying that it's not just D&D.
Welcome to the next generation of potion crafting. In D&D Potion Craft, you always have 3 ingredients. Let's select the base first, then the modifier, and finally the amplifier. Mix everything crazily and wait for a few minutes until you get the final result with your special potion. Here we are. You're now a potion crafter. D&D Potion Craft. Craft your own potions. Now on Kickstarter.
So yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I only backed it because it's only $4. Like, it's $5. It's whatever. And if you want to get like the physical copy of it, you just pay $10, and that gets you a code to print at cost over on the whatever it's called. Yeah, Drive-Thru RPG. Couldn't think of it. So yeah, that's another one. Nimble, streamlining your 5e game. So this is one that is again one of the less expensive ones. So I'm getting the booklet and the PDF. So
if you've ever played 5e, you'll know that there are some common player and DM frustrations. If you've ever waited 20 minutes for your turn just to miss your attack 4 times in a row, or worse yet, get knocked to 0 and congrats, you're in timeout now. Or if you've saved your sweet only 5th level spell slot for some juicy moment, only to realize later you never really used your coolest spells the entire campaign. Or DMs, maybe you've had your players and monsters clump up in the middle of the battlefield like a bunch of toddlers trying to play soccer instead of, moving around the battlefield tactically. Or try to move a monster only to trigger 15 minutes of opportunity attacks and forget whose turn it was. Or have your players try to rest after every single battle, slowing the campaign down to a crawl and trivializing combat encounters. There's a reason D&D has been described as 30 minutes of fun, spread out over 4 hours. Nimble is a set of simple variant rules for 5e that you can use to fix all of these frustrations. We want to increase interesting tactical choices and eliminate the frustrating, time-wasting aspects of our favorite game. With this set of light, streamlined rules for attacks, reactions, initiative, armor class skills, spellcasting, saving throws, monsters, and more, it's still the same 5e you know and love, just better. Less waiting and wasted turns, more player and DM agency, without needless complexity or fiddly bookkeeping. It's nimble. The best part is that you can easily slot it into your game tonight and try them out. Or you can start a new campaign with them and get a more full, nimble experience. The rules are modular, take what you like, leave out what you don't. It also works with every 5e class, subclass, all of the adventure modules you already have, and DMs, all of your favorite monster books as well.
It's basically 5e for babies,
and
yeah.
It's all packaged in this handsome, slim booklet. Forget pretending to read a huge tome for hours, you can pick it up quick. So, how does it work? Download the free preview and check it out. That's it. Buy it!
I didn't know there was a free preview. Let's do it! All right. No more rolling to hit. For PCs and monsters to attack, just roll their damage. For spells and weapons with multiple dice, one die is chosen ahead of time as the primary die. Rolling a 1 on a primary die is a miss and deals no damage. Wait, what? For spells and weapons with multiple dice, like Fireball, one die is chosen ahead of time as the primary die for the attack. Rolling a 1 on a primary die is a miss and deals no damage. Okay. Exploding crits. Anytime the highest number on a primary damage die is rolled, roll all the damage dice again and add it to the total. There's no limit to how many times. Jesus Christ. Fireball just became ridiculous. Crit hits ignore monster armor? What armor? A fighter wields a short sword, rolls a d6. He rolls a 6, critical hit. Shu rolls again, gets another 6. So if I roll 1... So I cast Fireball, I roll 1d6 as my primary... No, yeah, and I roll 1. I miss, yeah. Yeah, you would miss with a Fireball. I mean, I guess there's no more rolling to hit. I guess that's their thing. So, you know what? No, I don't think Fireball would work in that way, actually. I think it would be something like Witch Bolt. That does... Or not Witch Bolt. Is it Chaos Bolt? Yeah, so like... Chaos Bolt, when it hits, it does 2d8 plus 1d6. So when you hit a creature, instead of... here we are. So instead of rolling to hit with that, one of these becomes your primary die. So you roll a d8, and if the d8 is a 1, it misses. But if the d8 is anything else, then you roll the damage. But it says that anytime the highest number is roll... Okay, so again, I don't think it would work on an AoE thing. Alright, Book the level 5 wizard casts Firebolt and rolls 2d10, deciding beforehand to treat the leftmost dice as the primary die. He rolls a 1 on it, the attack misses entirely. Pig, the level 11 warlock, casts Eldritch Blast, rolling 3d10, getting 1, 4, and 6. Each damage die hits, misses, or crits separately for it. Oh. Okay, so because Firebolt deals 2d10 damage, and Eldritch Blast is 3 separate attacks, each one of these is dealt separately. God. This greatly speeds up combat, and exploding crits retains the chaotic excitement of battle. Okay. Action points. Instead of a move, action, bonus action, PCs get... Okay, so it's Pathfinder. PCs get 3 action points. Action points can be spent to perform any of those. Action points recharge at the end of each turn. Abilities that allow actions to be made as a bonus action or for free can be done for 0 AP. Extra attack / cunning action. Okay. Leveled spells with casting time of 1 action cost 2 action points. Bonus action spells cost 1. Making more than your normal allowed attacks is allowed, but they're made with stacking disadvantage. Glorg, the level 5 barbarian, uses 1 point to move 30 feet, uses 1 point to attack twice, using his extra attack, and his last action point to move again. So he dashed. Huh. At the end of his turn, so he sacrificed his... He basically got to move. Okay, well, let's see. Shu, the level 1 fighter, wields a short sword, rolls a d6. He gets a 3, plus his strength of 3 brings it to a total of 6 damage. He attacks again with disadvantage, 2d6, he gets a 6 and a 1, a miss. Attacking a third time, he gets a 2, 3, and a 4. The enemy takes... oh, yeah, because he's rolling with disadvantage. Oh! Wait, what? Oh. Wait, why would he... Oh, because he's taking the 2... Wow. Jesus Christ. So you can essentially get 3 attacks. As long as... If you don't move, you get 3 attacks. Well, okay, so yeah, I was wondering that myself. So the way that it's working is your first attack is made as normal, okay? And it just, you hit, you roll a d6 and you add your strength. So first attack always hits. Your second attack, you're rolling 2d6. You're rolling 2 of your damage dice. And remember, if you get a 1, it's a miss. So in this example, he rolled a 6 and a 1. That means it's a miss. But if he rolled a 6 and a 2, he has to take the lowest because it's rolled with disadvantage. So he only would get the 2. And then attacking a third time, he gets a 2, 3, and a 4. I don't understand why the enemy is taking 2 plus 3. Like, I understand disadvantage is saying you're getting rid of the highest. That's fine. But why would these get added together? Why would you not just get a 2? Saving throw spells. Okay, so here's Fireball. Additional spell saves allow the target to roll their save with stacking advantage. Damage is unaffected by disadvantage. Wait, what? Grudge the Cleric kills a goblin with his mace, then casts the cantrip Sacred Flame. His goblin target rolls a dex save with advantage and fails, taking 1d8 damage. Grudge casts it again at a different goblin. This gets to roll his dex, taking the highest of 3d20. Oh, okay. Oh, because he attacked and then he's... Jesus Christ. He's casting multiple spells. Wow. Well, yeah, I mean, you would only be... You have 3 action points. So you essentially can get 3 attacks. Oh! Wait, no. No, this definitely is not... He's not getting... What the fuck? What would our primary... That's what I'm wondering. Is it still just a d20? I imagine that would still be a d20. You would still make a dex save, because it doesn't say anything else. Okay, reaction. You can perform each reaction up to 1 round, provided you have enough AP, and you will start your turn. Oh, God. Okay. This is where AC comes in. Reduce damage from a single attack by your AC modifier. At the DM's discretion, some damage may not be avoided. Okay, why? Okay, so your AC determines how much damage you can reduce from a single attack. Does that happen every time? Because if my AC modifier... If I'm looking at Brutus Bjorn, for example, that's a +5. So that means if a creature hits me for less than 5 damage, I just take nothing. Which I guess is faster because it's just, okay, the monster rolls the damage, it's less than 5. Yeah, this damage is plot necessary. That's exactly it. Okay, but here's the problem. You need to spend action points to do the dodge or block. And you start your turn with that many fewer AP. So if you get hit by an attack, and you want to dodge or block the attack, and you get hit 3 times, you start your turn, you have no more action points. You can't do shit. You're just taking the dodge action, essentially. Opportunity attack. A melee attack made with disadvantage when an adjacent enemy moves away. Non-legendary monsters do not make... why? Oh, non-legendary monsters. No, bullshit. I get why they do that. If an ally within 10 feet would be struck by an attack, you can push them out of the way. Yeah, opportunity attacks cost points. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can perform each of these. You can do each of these once per round with action points. But I'm sorry, that should mean that you have 4. Like, you're losing out. If you can move, action, and bonus action and reaction once per turn, why do you only have 3 action points? Teamwork really shines with this system since being protected really allows a PC to lay on heavy damage since their AP isn't needed to move. Wait, what? What? Teamwork really shines with this system since being protected really allows a PC to lay on heavy damage since their AP isn't... Oh, okay, so basically they're saying since some players don't have to use their action points to move or dodge, they can attack more often. I mean, let's be real here. This is basically just the Pathfinder system trying to be stuck into D&D. Because in Pathfinder, you have MAP, the multi-action penalty, or the multi-attack penalty. You have 3 actions. And if you attack once, you roll your attack as normal. If you try and attack a second time and you don't have something like extra attack, that attack is made with a -5 penalty to hit. And if you try and attack a third time, that third attack is made with a -10 penalty to hit. And that's basically what you're saying with this, where you could attack 3 times, but each time, I'm not unrecommending the Kickstarter. I'm saying, check it out for yourself. I'm still buying it. Dying. Dropping to 0 hit points does not cause unconsciousness or death saves. Instead, you gain a level of exhaustion and the dying condition. I don't hate this. Your AP, I don't think it's really streamlining the game. It's trying to, yeah, that's the other thing. I think it's just you're trying to basically turn it into Pathfinder in a way. Your AP is limited to 1 per round. Attacks and spells trigger a DC 12 strength save, gaining 1 exhaustion on a failure. Taking damage while dying causes 2 levels of exhaustion. Taking a critical hit causes 3. A PC doesn't fully die until they reach their... Okay, exhaustion. Each level causes only a cumulative -1 to all D20 rolls. A PC dies when they receive their 6th level of exhaustion. So this is using a variation of the new exhaustion system where it's just a -1 to all D20 rolls. So all that has happened so far, a PC dies after 6 levels of exhaustion. Yeah. And I actually brought this up before. Taking damage while okay, it doesn't cause unconsciousness. So you're still up, you're still fighting. You just have 1 action per turn. But if you get hit 3 times, you're done for. How do you recover this? This does not explain how you recover from that exhaustion. I guess unless you are up, unless once you heal, that would be it. Okay, monsters. To keep combat quick and easy for DMs, monsters automatically hit just like PCs, but don't get action points. A DM can use any 5e compatible monster. No, there's a saving throw. There's not a saving. See, that's it. It's like attacks against. Oh no, that's an attack that you do. God, you're gonna die so fast. It is practically instant death. To keep combat quick and easy to run for DMs, monsters automatically hit just like PCs, but don't get action points. A DM can use any 5e compatible monster book or stat block. What's up, PCM? To be fair, smacking someone when they're literally dying, would you know? Well, I brought that up before. When a creature is knocked unconscious in 5e, a hit against them triggers a critical hit. Because when you're unconscious, attacks within 5 feet are considered crits. So that in a crit against a downed creature deals 2 failed saves. So arguably, 2 attacks within 5 feet of a creature when they're already down kills them outright. All right, monster attacks. Add the creature's damage dice to its hit bonus to get the damage for an attack, ignoring its ability modifier. Monsters miss on an attack just like PCs, rolling a 1, and crit by rolling the maximum. So for example, +4 to hit, 1d6 plus 2 becomes 1. Okay, so it just becomes the die plus the hit. Monsters AC is simplified into 3 groups: light, medium, and heavy. AC up to 12 takes damage as normal. The PC's damage die plus the stat mod. Medium ignores the stat mod, only taking the damage die. And heavy armor takes half the damage die, rounded up. And okay, so you're ignoring the stat mod, which is the thing that can change. The stat mod of a weapon is the thing that can change over time. 1d12 on a great axe doesn't mean a whole lot when you have a 0 to strength. You know, but when you have, because it can be anywhere from a 1 to a whatever, a 1 to a 12. But if you have a belt of hill giant strength, now you're up to a 5. That's literally the, like, that plus whatever your die roll would be is half of this. So, like, how are you saying that you're ignoring that? If anything, ignore the die. Stabs the rogue, attacks a goblin. AC 15 equals medium armor, which I would not want to have to remember light, medium, and heavy. Rolling a d4. On a 1, stabs would miss. On a 2 or 3, the goblin would take that much damage, and you don't get to add your dex modifier. But see, that's the problem. On a 2 or 3, you're just dealing 2 or 3 damage. The dex modifier, yeah, which is a +3, you're missing out on half of your damage. No, I don't like this. I'm still gonna get it though. I still want to encourage people to make cool and interesting systems. I might just change my my thing from the booklet to the free to the PDF. Maybe. Definitely not Nimble Premium. God. Check out this Kickstarter. I'm not a huge fan of it. There's a Discord link. You can go there and give them your opinions. Be nice. Not that I don't think people here wouldn't be nice, but I just, yeah, once I clicked through some of the things in here and I was like, oh, cool. Like streamlined combat, only $7. Sure. I'll drop a couple bucks. Didn't fully read it. All right. So last one before we head off for the night. This one is Toolcraft, making tools useful for 5e. This is something that I have been wanting for a little while. This has 9 hours to go. Okay, so keep that in mind. If you want to back this, you got 9 hours for this.
Are you tired of your tinkerer's tools taking up space in your backpack? Now you can put your tools, kits, and supplies to use with Toolcraft, created by Dumpstat Adventures. With millions of views, our Making Tools Useful series has been a huge success, and we've decided to put them all in one place with our new book, Toolcraft. This simple-to-use system allows players to actually utilize their tools and kits, from alchemist supplies to jeweler's tools to poisoner's kits. We're sure you'll find something you can use from over 40 different tools. But what good is a system if you don't have things to create? Included are over 350 recipes for players to go wild with. Use your tools to craft poisons, build a fort, bake a cake, or weave a fabulous gown. So check out Toolcraft and add a new dimension to your campaign today.
So tools is definitely one of those things in D&D that like it's so much, there's so much flavor behind it, but nobody utilizes it. And it's so hard to really like oh my god. There we go. Really? Where's... There it is. Okay. Yeah, so there's so many tools that are available in D&D, and they have minimal use, truth be told. Like, one of my players got painting supplies. Okay, that's cool. They don't have proficiency with painting supplies, but they picked them up. So what can you do with that? Well, Arcana, History, and Religion would require you to be proficient with them. Investigation and Perception would also require you to be proficient with them, because this is more about knowledge and history. As part of a short or long rest, you can produce a simple work of art. Although your work might lack precision, you can capture an image or a scene or make a quick copy of something. So this is something that my player did. She actually painted the party in a goblin cave that they were in. But beyond that, there's not much that can be done with it. But like with this, I'm very much hoping that this is going to have the, you know, like, oh, these are different things that you can do with the books, or with, you know, with the tools, like, you know, painter supplies. You can make paintings that do X, Y, and Z. You have different ingredients that you can do with it. You have different things, or like mason's tools, you can build stuff, or leather workers, you can craft things. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. Many of these tools are available for you to peruse. Let's take a look at this. All right, so crafting alchemical items. Timing. Once you've gathered the appropriate materials, typically by spending the required amount of gold and acquiring any unique items, you can begin crafting. After the set amount of time has passed to create it, roll an intelligence check and consult the DC of the item you created. The higher the result, typically the more potent. For example, if you're crafting a vial of acid, you roll a d20, adding your proficiency bonus for being proficient in alchemy supplies and your intelligence mod. You then consult the 3 DCs for that item. 8 is minor, 10 is moderate, 13 masterwork. Depending on your result, create the highest quality you can. If you roll a 12, you would make a moderate vial of acid. Okay, so let's take a look at Alchemist Fire. For some alchemists, fire is always the answer. This sticky adhesive fluid ignites when exposed to air. As an action, you can throw it up to 20 feet. Shattering upon impact. Make a ranged attack against a creature on a hit. Okay, so make a minor one. So, okay, so this requires 25 gold worth of materials per attempt. Crafting time, it takes 8 hours and requires constant attention. I love that. I love that. I love that that takes, like, attention to do. And if it's minor, it deals 1 fire damage. If it's moderate, it deals 1d2, and if it's masterwork, 1d4. So that's pretty awesome. So similar how you worked out my... Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. It's like, hey, there has to be a cost. There has to be a time cost. There has to be then an effect. You know, there should be various levels of efficacy. Oh, nice. Healing potions. 1d4, 2d4, 2d4 plus 2. That's pretty cool. Okay, so I know, for example, it is the herbalism kit that is used to make, or no, it's not the herbalism kit. Shit, my mind just blanked. What am I thinking of? No. Is it? Why is my mind blanking on which toolkit can be used to make a healing potion? Oh. Why is my mind blanking on this? Isn't it a DMG? Potion of healing. For some reason, I thought, like, my mind had, like, potion of healing on one of these. And was like, you know, 50 gold and X, Y, and Z. I don't know why my mind was saying that. Oh, well. I know it's not a medicine kit. Or a healer's kit. Yeah, I definitely know it's not a healer's kit. Anyway, yeah, I'm just like, I'm super interested to see how this, all the different things that can be done with this. So, and stuff that's like new, like smoke stick, a black rod of alchemical clay that produces a haze of obscuring smoke. As an action, a plume of smoke is released, its size based on its quality. All creatures inside are lightly obscured, and a strong wind can end the effect early. So 5-foot radius that lasts until the start of the next turn, 10-foot radius that lasts 1d4, and 20-foot radius that lasts 2d4. I think stuff like this is really cool. Smoke powder, thunderstone, combining less potent items. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, if you are out there and you are interested in looking to see what this is going to turn out to be, you want to craft some various potions, want actually your tools in your D&D games to mean anything, go and check out this Toolcraft, making tools useful for 5e. Over on Kickstarter. There's a lot of great things on Kickstarter. And yeah, go and support them. Like I'm waiting on a lot of these. A lot of these that just recently ended. For example, Journey Through Fairhaven, a D&D choose your own adventure. I want to play D&D occasionally, and as me as the DM, I can make that dream come true. I did like the little in this one has already ended, but if you are curious and you want to do a late backing, you can do that over there. It's kind of interesting how it works. It's basically just like an old school choose your own adventure. So if that's something that interests you, check that out. Vault 5e, a life well lived. So funny enough, I actually backed this right at the same time as Ryan was doing his compendium of explosive creation. Whereas the compendium of explosive creation gives you like a little bit of it gives you background, but really gives you more to work with in the adventure upcoming. The Vault 5e is purportedly meant for more like your history of like who your parents were and all that.
Dive deep into your character's life before their adventuring days began, with A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7. From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, your origin and upbringing prepare you for the road ahead. Create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. When the threats have passed, you can forge bonds of kinship, build a network of contacts and allies, or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life, until trouble comes knocking and you are called for one last adventure. Bring your characters to life like never before, with A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
Hell yeah. Anything that helps people build interesting and cool characters, I'm all about. So if you're curious about that, here is the link for that. Obviously, we all know and love Ryan Doyle's Game Master's Compendium of Explosive Creation. We are fully funded. Everything's great with that. So looking forward to more to come with that. There's the link for those of you that have missed that case. Ryoko's Guide to the Yokai Realms. This was a Kickstarter that was put out by D&D Shorts. If you're not familiar with D&D Shorts, he's that one guy on YouTube that was like very big during the OGL debacle and all that. And he does, shorts over on YouTube and TikTok for D&D stuff. But this is like an entire I think it's like Japanese or Chinese mythology, but it's basically based on the yokai from, I think it's Chinese, or I think it's Japanese lore, but it's stuff like kaiju monsters and different crafting mechanics and all kinds of really cool themed stuff here. We'll watch this.
Yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here, huh? Look, the yokai realm is a land of trickery and wonder, where heroes battle earth-shaking behemoths. And, sure, usually die in the process, but it's not all bad. Explore the world as a shape-shifting kitsune, ruthless tengu, or dragon-infused nishikin. Wield primal forces as the new elemental bender class, harnessing over 40 new spells. Dance between shadows as the cunning shinobi wizard, or become a living weapon as the skeletal blade fighter. Harvest and craft a powerful, personalized arsenal from defeated foes. Customize prosthetics to spew jets of flame, or propel yourself through the air. Transform combat with a gargantuan-scale kaiju battle system. But take heart, you won't be fighting alone. Make friends along the way with mischievous familiars, and work with your allies to perform full-party combo attacks. Paint your world with unpredictable monsters inspired by folktales and yokai legend. Step into the yokai realms. Back now on Kickstarter.
So yeah, if you are interested in like Japanese lore and stuff like that, and you want to have some kaiju battle system, 5 legendary kaiju monster hunts. This one's gonna be sick, and I can't wait for it. So I think, I'm getting the hard copy version of this one. Like, look at that. You walk through the gates of Neverwinter and fucking Godzilla. That's right. What really sold me was it was in that trailer. It looked like there's like a koi based race, and I just think that's cool because my wife likes koi fish. Also, this whole like puppet ninja thing makes me think of some Naruto characters, and that's really cool in itself. They got lots of shit on here. Oh yeah, this subclass. No, I didn't want to pull that up. Yeah, here. Open image in new tab. There we go. This looks like a koi, and that's fucking sick to me. So yeah, if you are into stuff like kaiju and whatnot, you can go and pre-order this on its own. And then lastly, the last one that I recently did was Gulliman's Guide to Speed, which is an arcane punk source book. So I think this one was like, vehicles and shit. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what I wanted it for. It's like steampunk, like arcane punk, like bikes. Like, look at that. Look how fucking cool that looks. All right, I want like medieval knights on motorcycles. How could that not be like the coolest thing ever, right? Oh man, yeah, this is gonna be a good one. I think this one I was just getting the PDF, so oh yeah, that's right, because it was like twice the price. And then Bob World Builder, because I think that's who I heard this through, was through Bob. So yeah, if you're interested in that, there's the link to that. Fast and Furious D&D. Yeah, it's basically it. There was only one recently that I didn't back. And that was shit. What's the name of it? Oh god, I gotta find out. I don't even know if it's gonna come up now. But it was Legends of Evantris. Shit, hold on. I gotta find which one this was. Crooked Moon. Yeah, okay. So, I'm not gonna lie, this is the only Kickstarter in recent times that I didn't initially back. That I did initially back, but I didn't have the money at the time that it was going to kick through. There is a part of me that still wants to do like a late backing on it and just do a pre-order, because it's the Crooked Moon is supposed to be like folklore, like witches and like more like the Fae Halloween-y kind of style. Like this art in here looks phenomenal. I love that style. It's very creepy, super spooky, and I just didn't have the money at the time. Ghost Train, like that's cool as shit. But the reality is I spend a lot of money on D&D. It is 100% the thing I spend the most money on, and this is just one of those things that I didn't really have the money for, and you know, I'm okay with it. Also, this picture right here reminds me, if you're watching Attack on Titan, or if you've read through Attack on Titan, this image should stand out to you. But yeah, if you're interested in this, you can still pre-order this. Go check that out. I love Legends of Evantris. I watch them on YouTube. They're a great group. They're really funny. I've shared out a lot of their stuff. So Chuckles is one of the funniest characters ever. And they have a lot of stuff. Yeah, I just couldn't afford another $60-some book. So, because I'm already getting a bunch. So yeah, I know tonight was more just like, you know, a lop through Lucas's library, but I've had a lot of books come through, and I legit tonight was on Amazon buying a bookshelf, like one that matches a similar design to a a little storage center I have. It's gonna go right next to me, because I just have a lot of books, and I have a lot more coming in, and I want to put like some of my little tchotchkes on it, and you know, stuff like that. Because I have a desk next to me, and hold on, let me. You know what? Let me pull up my desk camera. I'll show you what this is. Oh wait, hold on. I'd have to invert this, because it's definitely upside down. Oh, that camera wasn't even turned on. Whoops. Okay, there we go. And we need to flip it horizontal. There we go. Okay, so the thing is, I have a desk. Oh no, my camera. There I am. So I have all my shit over there on this desk that I keep a bunch of my D&D stuff, and that is where I have all my books. And obviously, you know, there's a big gap in them because I have a bunch of books in my hand right now. But like, I want to have my books closer to me so that I'm not like, when I need them. And you know, I it's like I got like that's the box of the D&D Adventure Club, and you know, that's where my niece and nephew have their stuff. And like, I don't need all of this right and ready, but like to have a little bookcase right here would be very nice. And I could just slide this disc back a little bit and, you know, have these a little bit closer to, yeah, I have some stickers. So I also got, there he is, the Dungeon Master and the Pug Patrol. And I also got a little, speed bag on my computer. All right, enough of that. Put you back up where you belong. Let's turn you back around. Whew. Was this what you meant regarding crafting healing potions? This kit contains... Yeah. Okay, yeah. I don't know why it's not... Oh, that's because that's from the basic rules. That's why. That's from the basic rules. Yeah, it should. Oh, you know what? You know what? I wonder. Yeah, because that's how it comes up in Beyond. Proficiency with this is required to create... oh, you know what? No, I think I remember where it is now. Where in my mind it is. Sample someone for every multiple. Shit. Is that all of them? No way. Hold on. It might be in Xanathar's guide also. Okay, so downtime is not in there. What's up, Valexion? Hello. We are looking. Here we go. Yes, this is where my mind was. This is where my mind was. Right here. Right here. It's in Xanathar's guide. It's under the section of crafting an item as part of a downtime activity, and you need an herbalism kit to make an antitoxin or a potion of healing, and everything is part of one of these lists except for potions of healings is its own category. A character who has proficiency with the herbalism kit can craft these potions. The times and costs are summarized below, with 1 day and 25 gold for healing, a work week, and 100 gold for a greater. So, with that in mind, we can actually look at how close are they sticking to what's already been established. Where's the preview? Did this have a preview? Oh, wait, we're not. I'm in the wrong thing. Wrong one. Where the frick is it? Here we go. Okay, so healing potion. Oh yeah, here it is, healing potion. So common recipe, a potion of healing is the main bread and butter for any alchemist. Okay, so this is alchemy supplies. This is not herbalist supplies. This is alchemy, which is very different. Potion of healing is the main bread and butter for any alchemist. A mixture of water, common herbs, and certain chemicals are the off product of most herbalist and metal forging productions. All reports are that it's perfectly safe to drink. So it's 25 gold per attempt, which is the same thing as stated in Xanathar's guide, 25 gold to make it. And then it's 4 hours to craft it with sparse attention. This is very different than 1 day. Okay. But you're also going to have different effects. So the reality here is that they are basically saying, hey, you can do it in downtime, and it's going to take you 25 gold and 1 day, and it is going to work. Okay? It's gonna work. All right? Because, like, it's its own things down here. So, like, you might still have the need for, like, you know, oh, you know, it's there might be a complication or whatever, but in reality, like, it is 1 day and 25 gold, but this is getting you the highest level. This is getting you a masterwork one. So this is saying, okay, this would be 24 hours, but this, you know, and this would guarantee you, if you spent, you know, or 1 day isn't 24 hours, but 1 day would be 16 hours. Okay. So if you spend a day doing that, that's 16 hours. Divide that in half. There's your moderate. Divide that in half. There's your minor. So this is basically saying, hey, you can cut the amount of time you need to make one of these in a quarter, but you also run the risk of it not being nearly as potent. And let's see if that actually is the same with this other one. Oh, wrong page. So greater healing is 1 work week and 100 gold. So over here, it's 75 gold. It's a little less, and it's 16 hours. How many hours is 100? How many hours is 1 work week? Motherfucker. I know I've looked into this before. What is a goddamn work week? 5 days. Okay. So a work week is 5 days. So this is going to cost you 5 days. So 5 work days is going to be 5 times 16. So that's 80. This isn't too far off from what I would imagine. So if 1 work week is 5 days and 5 days is about 80 hours, then dividing that into a quarter to match up what we just did with the potion of healing, that would put this at 20 hours. So 16 is putting in a little bit of a discount, but also you're saving yourself that 25 gold out of it, but you're playing the risk. So you're getting a little bit more of you're getting a bit of a discount, but you're taking the risk of whatever you're doing to maybe not work. Also, I want to point out right here, Oil of Sharpness came up in I know it wasn't streamed or anything, but this past Sunday the P5 group got together, and a couple of us that were there were talking about some things, and Oil of Sharpness came up This clear gelatinous oil sparkles with tiny ultra-thin silver shards. The oil can coat one slashing or piercing weapon or up to 5 pieces of slashing or piercing ammunition. Applying the oil takes 1 minute. For 1 hour, it is magical and has an attack based on its potency. That is baller. The long-term effects of silver dust on the lungs of alchemists is not well studied, though several alchemists have died choking on their own blood while not working properly ventilated. Jesus Christ. So this requires 24 hours of crafting with sparse attention. And I imagine there is something within this that explains... Oh, here it is. If an item requires constant attention, you must be available to check in on or work on your alchemical item multiple times every hour. If an item doesn't, all that is required is the initial setup, and you can come back after okay, cool. So you can basically, you've gathered your supplies, you've started crafting it, and now with this, you just have to wait 24 hours. That's actually a cool way to handle this. So that's the same with this. It's going to take 4 hours for it to craft, which honestly, if that's the way that this is going, if you can just kind of like, you know, let this go, then that's actually pretty nice, because you could have an alchemist who's like, all right, we need to get back to the lab, and I need to check on my potions. And you get back there, and it's like he has like all these beakers and bubblers going on, and it's like, all right, I'm going to put together, I have enough to make 3 potions of healing, and it's like, 75 gold worth of stuff, and it's like, all right, let us go out to the swamps, deal with what we need to deal with, and by the time we're back, these potions should be ready. Hopefully we won't need them by the time we get back, or need them out there, but it'll work. You know, or it's like, all right, we just got enough money for this oil of sharpness. We got 1 good use out of it, okay? But I need 24 hours. So here's what I'm going to do. It's like we need to go out and get more money in the meantime. I think that's cool. I think that's a cool way to handle this. I'm very curious to see more of this, and I look forward to see what they do with all the other supplies, because let's be real here. Alchemist supplies is probably the easiest one to do, because it's potions and everything that we're already used to, so... Oh shit, that's right. I was gonna buy these. I was gonna buy those PDFs. Yeah. I'm gonna buy that PDF in this digital dungeon pack. So yeah, that's like I said, tonight's stream was kind of, you know, like a let's look through Lucas's library, because I buy a lot of books, okay? I don't read a lot of books, but I buy a lot of books. And the thing is that these books are out there, you know, for you guys to use as well. I want you to remember that, okay? If you are unaware, you can go to my Discord channel, which the link is above me, or you can click the About button below the stream, and that'll take you over to the Discord, to the Kelf's Corner Discord. And in there, there's a channel called The Archives. And if you click that button and you scroll the whole way to the top, there's 4 folders. There's adventures, books, maps, and tokens. And in those, you will find slews of materials of D&D adventures, full campaigns, one-shots, different source books, materials. Well, actually, let me let me do this real quick. Pull this. I don't even know if I can do what I want to do. Yes, I can. Sorry, I'm editing something on another screen. There we go. So yeah, if you are at all curious, opinions on Arcane Trickster Rogue. Wait, hold on. This is something. This is you're talking some. Opinions on Arcane Trickster Rogues as item-based clerics. Arcane Tricksters do get the ability to use magic items. Yeah, Spell Thief. Huh. As item-based clerics. What exactly? Guaranteed plus 10. What exactly do you mean item-based clerics? Because in my mind, I think Arcane Trickster and I think more wizard. Because you can only pick from wizard spells. Now, arguably, use potions in action. Mage Hand uses potion as a bonus action. Oh, God. I guess. Possibly third potion by Find Familiar. I guess if you're saying, if what you're saying there is Arcane Trickster as a magical healer, as a magical item-based healer, totally. I can see where you're going with that. That would be a really sick way to like subvert the alchemist. You know, because like when I think of an item-based healer, I think of the battlesmith, or the alchemist itself, because the alchemist has the elemental or the experimental elixirs that can be to heal you or make you go faster or give you flight and stuff like that. So, and then, yeah, the expertise and a minimum roll of 10 on top of that. Well, I mean, what do you mean the minimum roll of 10? I mean, for your abilities and stuff like that. Because the thing is that you're not adding a 10 to, because reliable talent is the 10, or is something else then, because you're not getting a plus 10 to healing on a potion. But yeah, I mean, definitely expertise, because you could go medicine, you could go expertise in medicine, and then grab the healer kit, and grab the healer feat. Reliable talent on herbalism or potion kit. Well, reliable. Hold on. So reliable talent lets you treat any roll lower than a 9 as a 10 when you make an ability check that allows you to add your proficiency bonus. And there's not a roll that you're going to make unless it's the medicine check to stabilize somebody, that you're going to be able to add that plus 10 to. Because the herbalism kit's going to be more about figuring out what's wrong with someone. And there is no such thing as a potion kit. Now, the healer kit, this is totally a thing and would be right up the alley for this. Whereas an action, you can expend a use of the kit to stabilize a creature that has 0 hit points without needing to make a check. Less the stabilize, more the craft part. Then with that, yeah, that would be an herbalism kit, but there's no rule that comes with making that. Unless your DM would institute one. Unless the DM would institute one. Because if your DM is basically saying, okay, so long as you have a healer's kit, you can make, you can make healing salves with that, make a medicine check and blah, blah, blah. But in my opinion, if it was up to me and I was going with an arcane trickster healer, I would go arcane trickster, and then I would take the healer feat as soon as I could, whether you get it for free at 1st level or you take it at 4th level, and then grab as many healer kits as I can. Because the healer feat is going to let you stabilize a creature and give them 1 hit point, and also spend an action to restore hit points to a creature. So that's what I would do. And then maybe on top of that, I would definitely go expertise in medicine, and then I would get proficiency with an herbalism kit and get expertise in an herbalism kit if you could. I would work with your DM on that. And at that point, you could have the ability to make healing potions, for the cost of 25 gold in 1 day. And then, be able to just sling potions left and right. Yeah. I mean, it's totally doable. I think it's a cool idea. Like I said, I think it's a cool idea as a way to subvert playing as like an alchemist artificer, but in my opinion, that's probably the route that I would go. Would be an alchemist artificer, because with this, you gain alchemy supplies, you get healing spells like healing word and mass healing word. You can also, beginning at 3rd level, when you finish a long rest, you can produce a magical elixir, so you can start producing these elixirs. But also, Flash of Genius. When you or another creature within 30 feet makes an ability check or save, you can use your reaction to add your intelligence modifier. So for that, you can if you have a +5 at that point, you can use that up to that many times. So you can just bump in your Flash of Genius whenever you need to get something a little bit higher. And then at 9th level, no matter what, when a creature drinks an experimental elixir, they're gaining temporary hit points. So you're constantly, you're able to give people those extra heals. I think you only get 1 though. You can create additional ones by expending a spell slot. So yeah, if you're basically expending spell slots to have a couple extra of these, that in my opinion would be the way that I would go. Because, and then on top of that, spell storing item, where you could prepare. You could even have a ring of spell storing where you have cure wounds bumped into there a few times, maybe lesser restoration, or even greater restoration. You could have 1 use in there of that. And then on top of that, because you can attune to up to 4 items eventually, you could also have more items with you that are allowing you to heal people. So this is probably the route that I would go, but not gonna lie, an arcane trickster rogue getting some of those wizardly spells and having a familiar slinging potions, definitely an option. All right, so Real quick, back to what I was saying before I head out for the night, because we have been going for 5 hours. Hands down the longest stream I've done in a long time. Could you reliable talent survivalism? Hold the hell on, what? Could you reliable talent survival to improve foraging quantity or safety as a means to gather material? That is entirely dependent on the DM. That the skills necessary, like the mechanics necessary to find the needed components while foraging is dependent on how your DM views it. Now, it would make sense if you took medicine and survival, you know, because, I mean, reliable talent is just that, like, hey, if you're proficient in it. So if you have expertise in it, then that's great and all. You know, hold on. Just so I can manifest this character in my own mind. I don't even know what would be the best. It's probably gonna be like a halfling, mark of healing halfling, because that's gonna get you healing spells already, and halflings already have halfling nimbleness, so they're slippery, they can move around, they're already gonna have a bonus to medicine checks, they can cast lesser restoration, they have brave and lucky, which is always great. We're gonna do origin ability scores. Okay, and then we're gonna go range, or we're gonna go rogue. We're gonna bump this up to level 4 just for my own mind. We're gonna do, we can't even do the ones that we want, so we're gonna have to grab them from the background. So with this, we're gonna grab sleight of hand, we're gonna grab perception, we're gonna grab investigation, and we're gonna grab insight, because sleight of hand to be able to maneuver our hands around the body when we're trying to do a medicine check, perception, investigation to make it easier to look for certain clues when out in the wild, and insight to check on somebody if they're getting hurt. We'll hold off on expertise now until we do the background. Archetype is going, see, in my opinion, I would go vivisectionist, but that's a homebrew one. That's literally a surgeon rogue. But that's a homebrew thing, so we're not even gonna touch that. And then 4th level ability, we're going feet, we're grabbing healer. Okay, ability scores. We are going to bump our dexterity up by 2. Background might not be needed if you use Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. No, well, your class is still going to have you only getting certain proficiencies. That's the main thing, is you need the background to give you the proficiencies, because right now we're going with a background that doesn't, we're going with a race that doesn't give you proficiencies. All right, so we're bumping dexterity by 2, and we're going to bump wisdom by 1. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do, and then we're gonna do standard array. Dexterity is gonna be 14, wisdom is gonna be that. Then we're gonna go con, intelligence, charisma, and strength is gonna be our dump. Background, we're gonna look into not folk hero, what's the one I'm thinking of? It's like hermit. Medicine and religion. So what are we missing? We're missing survival. Okay, so we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do a custom background. And we are gonna do 2 Skills, a tool. Yeah, we're going to do 2 skills and 2 tools. We're going to grab the background of the hermit, and we're going to grab the background characteristics of the hermit as well, because I don't think anything else in here is really going to give us, unless sage. Hold on, what is sage? Yeah, no, okay, so it's definitely hermit is what I want. All right, 2 skills, 2 tools. We're going hermit. And then same thing here. Okay, save. We want medicine and we want survival. For the tools, we're going alchemist and we are going herbalism. As for the discovery, that doesn't matter, but now we need to go back to class because now we should... Why can't I grab... Oh, you know what? I don't think we could grab that until 6th level. No. Choose 2 of your skill proficiencies or 1 skill... What? Or 1 of your skill proficiencies. It should not be forcing us to only stick to those. So we're going to hold off on that. Can you get proficiency by multi-classing? I mean, I guess you could, but I wouldn't necessarily multi-class to get a proficiency bonus. Well, no, actually, no, I don't think you do. I think if you multi-class, you only get the proficiencies from your main one, I believe. But I could be wrong. I don't really remember that. Yeah, we're gonna put those in medicine and survival, so that's fine. Because the background is what it is. Like, the background can be for medicine and survival. That's like what you were trained into. And then we'll just grab some short swords. We'll grab a short bow. We'll grab an explorer's pack. We'll add that because none of this matters. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is... Oh, wait, why did the background not work? What the fuck? Hold on, that's really weird that the background is not working. Okay, well, let's maybe not do custom. What would give that then? Folk hero? No, folk hero, no. Hold on. Player backgrounds. Choose. Let's reset that. Let's look. We want to get medicine and survival. And I want only... Literally nothing gives medicine and survival. Faction agent. Insight and something else. Medicine and religion, no. Oh, wait. No, survival, no. Really? Nothing gives medicine and survival? No, I don't think they do. I don't think multi-classing into something else gives you the proficiencies. Yeah, you only get the armor proficiencies. So... You're getting the everything else from your first class. I'm kind of flabbergasted that like that it's not doing what it, you know, like I should be able to do custom background and be able to take medicine, nature, and these and have that be a thing. Let's just name it Healer Boy. Maybe I need to save it? I don't know. That's weird. I've never had to do that. Yeah, see, it's still not coming up. Oh, the fuck well. We're going to put that we have expertise in that, and we're going to put that we have expertise in this, because we can just change these manually. All right. So, at the here and now at 4th level, this character has access to a handful of, like, to some racial-based skills for Cure Wounds and Lesser Restoration. When I make a medicine check, I get to add a D4 to that, but what level does Reliable Talent kick in? I think level 7? 11. Okay, so let's bump this character up to level 11. We're going to do Perception and Insight. This is just going to bump Dexterity. And this is going to bump Wisdom, because none of this matters. One skill from the classes, yeah. So there we go. So a level 11 rogue healer has a plus 12 to medicine and a plus 12 to survival, meaning that you're going to have a natural 22 and a natural 22 to insight, medicine, perception, and survival with this base setup. But on top of that, you would also have your healing ability from the healer feat. You would also have Cure Wounds and Lesser Restoration, and getting to add a D4 to that if you still can't hit with a 22. Plus, you also have the Lucky feat. You could snag Find Familiar, which is going to be a no-brainer, because then you can have another set of hands. So that in itself is going to be nice. You also get access to Cure Wounds, so you can just take that as it is. How many cantrips do you know? 4. Going with real cantrips that are actually things, you would want Mage Hand, because you're already going to know that because of your Ledger Main. So we need to take Mage Hand. But you would probably want to take something like Blade Ward as well, but Blade Ward kind of sucks. I would say Mending would be a good one to take. Light probably would not hurt, and Shape Water might be an okay thing to take, just as like a healing, kind of like soothing thing, to heal, like soothe burns and stuff like that. As for spells, I'm trying to think of all the ones that are not homebrew that I have. Well, obviously we're going to take Silvery Barbs. That's a no-brainer. We're going to take Absorb Elements to keep ourselves safe. And we're also going to take... Healing Word. We can take Healing Word because of our Spells of the Mark. So that's going to be the thing, because we're playing a healing halfling. We get access to certain spells due to our race. And then our second level, because of that, Shape Water is great for... Yeah, put water in a lock and freeze it. Hell yeah. We're going to grab Lesser Restoration, and we're also going to grab Prayer of Healing, because that totally makes sense. And then we'll just grab a third one, which we could do. Arguably, you could do borrowed knowledge, because funny enough, that'll really play into you with reliable talent, because that would let you bump one of the things that you don't have for an hour into proficiency with a second level spell slot. Not too terrible. Either that, or I would say gentle repose, in case somebody dies, or maybe even invisibility, because I mean, invisibility, you know what, probably that invisibility is gonna be better off just as like, because you're a rogue, so that's gonna be a thing. You know, that would help you get to somebody who's down. So yeah, I mean, like I said, not a bad option, you know, making a bunch of spells or making a bunch of potions and slinging them around. Totally a doable character. So it's cool design. But yeah, so definitely finishing up here for the night. So I just wanted to say before I go, like I said, check out the Discord. There's a lot of adventures over here. These are a lot of the adventures that I have that you can go and check out. This is in the D&D Adventures folder up in the Discord. You know, it's in the archives tab over there. The entire mini dungeon tome is there. Kill the healer first. What healer? Oh no, the healer's invisible. And I got all of the maps. That was the thing. I have all the maps now for mini dungeon tome. But I have a lot of books as well. You can go over there, you can read the books. Oh yeah, look at that. Here's a copy of Masters, Minions, and Tactics, which is very similar to that book we were just looking at today, because there's the Desolate Grim, and there's oh wait, where is he? Is he not in here? No, I don't think he is. All the maps for Mini Dungeon Tome are in there. I just bought them today. So for example, here's Plight of the Winter Winds. I can't bring that up because it's not going to show you, but there's Plight of the Winter Winds. So those are there. That was a lot. This is why I said I couldn't really afford some things. If you're looking for maps, I have a fuck ton of maps. Like upsettingly a large amount of maps. In fact, this one folder right here, the Quarantine Bundle sorted by maps, is in itself 21 gigs of maps. This one folder is 21 gigabytes of maps. And I also have a bunch of tokens. If you are into tokens and you want some for your adventures, there you go. So those are over in the Discord. You're more than welcome to use what I have, because I like to share. So, but that's going to be me for the night. It's been 5 hours and 21 minutes that I've been streaming and talking and doing shit. So yeah, I got to go to bed because it's 2:30 in the morning. So I will see you guys later today for my next stream, for 21 gigs of maps, Dora the Explorer. Yeah. Well, actually, so funny enough, my D&D Adventures folder is 12 gigs. My books is 23 gigs. My maps folder is 52 gigs, and my tokens folder is minimal. It's like 200 megabytes because they're all very small images. But yeah, I have a lot of books, like a lot of books. It's upsetting the amount that I have. Like you want some random books. Where the fuck are they? Here we go. Random tables. Guess what? That one book that I was talking about before, the Great Book of Random Tables, that's it right there. You can't see it. It's pulled up on my side. But you want random tables? Here you go. Here's all the random tables from Matt Davids. You know, you want like an arcane gunslinger motto thing? There you go. Battlezoo Outworlders? There you go. Easy D6 books? There you go. I have a lot. I spent a lot of money over the years. And now, to my wealth, to you. All right, I'm heading out. I will see you guys later today for the next episode of the first 15. 9:30 Eastern this evening. So, bye, everybody.